submission, but what happens is like it does really good stuff. So it's all information for it. But down here, I have to add a build. Here's the layout that has the wrong deployment target.
Right.
So either way, though, let's just say I select that build. That's the build I have. When I say submit for review, it basically tells me pops an error message saying, hey, it's Exo return. How hitting submit is what is built on the website.
Oh, that's right.
Okay. So it's really weird, like, what it wants me to do.
Oh, so the hitting submit got even option to put it on there.
Right. So if I go to, this is the new one that has the correct deployment target, and I try to set it. It's going to tell me it already has the first one. I don't know where I have to get that. But it was early, I can't find it yet. Weird. But if we go to there it is. I go to
What do we put on there?
yeah, that's what I had on there.
Oh, right.
I have to go to pre-release. See the build. Re-upload it to the and then focus on that myself.
Yeah. Oh, nice. You can do all that stuff.
And then it's really nice to set up. That's it.
I can't imagine like the reason it's not to do API like small build.
Yeah.
Welcome, guys, watching on the Google Plus. We're going to go ahead and get started in a few minutes, so you've got a few more minutes to wait. Thanks.
Yeah, probably got some. Because I guess now it's kind of watching this Photoshop.
Yeah. This? Oh, that's not me. I gotta re-upload the screenshot, don't I? Yeah. For this new version.
I have a few in my mind, but I think that's it. Yeah, I mean, I can do it.
Hello and welcome. Thanks all for coming. This is the first ever, as I know, Apple Watch Hackathon. They had quite an announcement on Tuesday, and so what I wanted to do first was just kind of go over what got announced. So. Let's see. So what do we know about it? Well, we know that there's going to be two watches. There's going to be a 38 millimeter and a 42 millimeter, so not too big of a difference. And that should be the diagonal screen length. And there's going to be an app store, so you're going to be able to put apps natively onto the watch, but that may not come for a little while. At first, it'll be iPhone apps communicating to the watch, and what can they provide? Well, they can give glances. So glances are kind of short little stories, and what you do is you swipe up from the bottom of the iWatch, and then you'll be able to browse through, for example, like Twitter or Vine videos. Those would kind of be easily things that can be pushed in there. And then there's also actionable notifications. So in iOS 8 now, when you get a notification, you can do something like reply to a text message right from the notification. So you're going to be able to do the same thing from the watch. And when you're replying, you know, odds are you'll probably be using your voice instead of typing it out. So it's going to launch early next year, and the lowest price is going to be $349, and that should probably scale all the way up to $1,000 for the gold ones that have all the fancy stuff on them. And so right now, Apple said that there's going to be a platform called WatchKit that you'll be able to use to interface with the watch if you're a developer. And right now they haven't released that, but they did announce several partners. So you see some of them here, but all the social networks, Facebook, Twitter, and Pinterest, and then Major League Baseball, you can get sports scores and things. BMW, you can find your car where it's parked. You look at if it's an electric car, you can see how much charge is in it. You can turn your lights off in your house. You can check the air conditioning. American Airlines, you can check in and things like that. So those apps are actually already working, and they demoed some of them on the stage, but it's going to be a little while before we can actually get it. So that said, what I thought we could do here today is to kind of prototype and ideate on mock-ups. So let me kind of go through what I have available. Okay. So Happy.watch is our group website that we've been using for our meetup group. And the past few days I made a couple of posts. So one is this platform for developers. And that kind of goes through all the different aspects of the watch and what's going to be available on it. And so you can learn how you'll interact with it, what the different things, glances, action notifications, and watch kit apps. And then you can see all of the third-party apps that Apple partnered with so far. And then what kind of sensors are going to be available, and what the health functions will be, and finally the availability. And then in the other post, Mini Hackathon, what I tried to do was come up with, well, what are we going to need to be able to do this? So the first thing I included is that blog post I made. But then in here, we have 2 editable Photoshop files. And if you want to use that on a different app, just let me know and we'll see what we can come up with to make them in a different app. But the first one is kind of straight on shot, and so that would be good if you want to show several screens side by side. And then the second one is actually in a kind of 3D shot, and you can change the color of the strap and things like that. So then, if you want to take it to another level, you could use something like relative wave form. And so it's similar to origami, and I'll go and show you some of that in a minute. And then Flinto is another one. So what those do is they allow you to actually create animation. So that way, you could show what's happening when people are tapping on the screen. I have a whole lot of app ideas that I've been collecting from many different things. So Google had an Android Wear mini hackathon, and so I attended that, and many people presented lots of ideas. And then as we've been having the meetups here at Hackadojo, I've been kind of collecting those ideas too. And so what I've done is kind of organize them into different industries. And the goal is to kind of, I think, if we all kind of share ideas, then we're all going to be better off for it. We're going to create a community that that is really taking advantage of the new platform and brainstorming together. And finally, Apple actually has released several of the screenshots of the things that they're building, kind of the stock apps that are going to be included. So I have a slideshow on the site, and you can go right and left with your mouse keys, with your arrow keys. And then when you hover over the screen, then it actually tells you what the app is and what it does. So those are all really good resources as you're building today. And if anybody has any other ideas for what you could use to build the app, to build mock-ups of apps, then I'm certainly game. Has anybody thought about that at all yet? Yes?
I had some sketches that doodles that can be used.
Okay. Oh, sweet. Okay, so for the people watching at home, he's got some printed out paper copies with 3 kind of black and white watch screens that you can draw on. And so that'll be a great resource.
You have a copy of it here, you can make copies.
Yeah. Great. So let me go and kind of show what I said about the animation. So when we're coming up with these kind of mock-ups or thinking about how it's going to work, it's really important to think about how people are going to interact with it. And so, a lot of times we just build things on Photoshop, but as much as we can, kind of think through, the path that people are going in the app and how they're going to get there. And so that's what this is kind of showing, is people expect to have this animation when they're using something. So how can we do that? Well, we can use something like Photoshop. It can create GIFs, or we can use After Effects, and those will make little movies. And so that would be kind of cool. So an app that did that was Things List, and we just got a little example here. So you can see that the menu animates in. And then you could do programmatic. So if anybody wants to jump into Xcode today and start programming, Interface Builder does actually have like a square display. And so if you don't use like the navigation bar and things, but just think about what you could do with views, I think that would be an excellent thing to do. So this is an example. They kind of built in code a framework that allowed them to try out different animations with their list items, what happens when you tap on them. And finally, signal flow. So this is what Chords Composer and Origami, which is the tool that we've been learning in the meetup events. But the one I just showed in the blog post is called Relative Wave, and it's very similar. It's actually even better because you actually can interact with your animation on the device once you make it. But in Origami, what you do is you kind of connect things together, and so when something happens, then something else happens. And Facebook used this tool to build their app Paper. And if you haven't seen Paper, what it is, it's kind of Facebook reimagining what their experience would be like if they built it today, and didn't have all the kind of legacy baggage of what Facebook's grown up to be over the past 6 years. So it has lots of great animations in it. You can kind of slide articles left and right and open them and close them. And you can kind of look at different sections and organize those for yourself. So how do you use these tools? Well, as I said, they have patches, and what you do is you wire them together. So so you can kind of think of it like an electronics project kit, where you're just putting wires and things, and you make a light bulb light up at the end. And so this is like visual programming. So there's a lot less code, and it's a lot more just kind of knowing the pieces that you can put together, kind of the building blocks. So you can see these patches were used to create this menu that kind of slides in from the right side, and all the items slide in with a delay. Okay, so these are the patches that are in Origami, and if you haven't ever done it before, then you can give it a try. There's some great YouTube videos and things that'll show you kind of how to do it. So what I wanted to talk about was all those interactions we just saw were pretty complex, but on the watch, you really only have one thing on the screen. So people thought when we went from desktop to phone that we were kind of simplifying the experience, but now with the watch, we have to simplify it even more. So if you look at these apps that Apple is building, they don't have a whole lot going on. That's the kind of timer, and so you can keep track of your laps and things like that. So that's why it has a lot. But most of them have just kind of one focus. This is stocks, so not very much on the screen. Settings. This is what Siri is going to look like when you talk to her. So this is Passbook. And this is a glance. So this is kind of walking you through a cooking recipe. So you can see it's hard to see on the screen, but there's pages on the bottom and you can swipe through as you go through the recipe. And this is, while you're during the day, it'll actually keep track of how much you're moving, and so by the end of the day, you want to try to complete the circle. And this is going to be music. So as you can see, very simple interfaces. So that said, I'm really excited that you guys all came here, and I think that we have a great opportunity to get started early on this new platform. And as we all know, when there's fewer apps out there, it makes it easier for ours to get found. And by making connections here, hopefully we can start to build things ahead of time. So I'll open up the floor now. If you have an idea that you want to present, that you want to tell people about, that you'd like to start working on, come on up and tell them about it. No? Yeah?
Hello everyone, my name is Rakesh and I'm a UX designer. I have an idea that I have not worked on anything, just an idea state, so I'm looking for possible to take it forward. I want to basically have this idea very, very simple. We want to try out how it works, the whole process. So the idea is it will be a companion app for an app on the phone. That's how it works right now. It is to exchange contacts, or in case here, if I want to get in touch with you, instead of exchanging business cards, it will be some app, just shake hands or do something with the watch, and it will just exchange all the contacts. I am in control of what all I share. I can share Facebook, LinkedIn, what phone number, anything, email, everything. I define that in my app once, and then when I go out, I say, okay, transmit or broadcast or something. It shows up everyone who has a watch. You also get it. That okay, he's transmitting whenever it wants, you can get that. So that's pretty much the idea for an app. And you can do further enhancements like adding it to the contact list or looking at more details on the phone, and they can get that. You can integrate with the GPS to know where we got in touch, when, for the history of the contact that was happening. So that's the idea that I had. And I am a UX guy. I can do the mockups and the sketches on paper and maybe make it look beautiful in Photoshop as well, but I cannot code. So that's where I am, and I'm looking for any partnerships, or I'm good with whatever I can do. Thank you. Nice to look at this. See you guys.
So I'll talk through a couple that I've seen and actually pull them up here too. So what's against this URL is happy.watch, and app ideas are down here. So a couple of cool ones that I've heard of. You could have a workout app that use the accelerometer to actually track the reps as you were doing exercise. So that way it would know, kind of, you've done 10 reps, okay, let's move on to the next exercise. So that would be very cool. You can have an app for elderly people, if they have Alzheimer's or something like that. So if they leave the house, it would send an alert to the family. If they kind of fall down and aren't moving, it would send an alert to the family. It could be an audible reminder for their pills. So have you taken? It's 5 o'clock. Have you taken your pills? And they could respond with their voice, yes or no. Then directions is a really cool thing. So the watch has a very specific type of vibration that you can actually feel on the different parts of it, and so it can actually vibrate on the left side or the right side to tell you to turn left or right, say while you're biking and you don't want to look at the screen. So you can kind of think about how you might also use that for a different kind of app. How could you kind of just notify someone what's happening without having them to look at the screen? EA has said that they're actively looking at pushing content onto the watch. So you could maybe interact with a game as kind of a second screen experience. Maybe kind of browse profiles or something like that while you're doing something on the other screen. And then finally, Twitter, like I said, because it's such short content already, They could push things to you that are important, or you consume Vine videos really easily on the app because they're only 8 seconds or 15 seconds for Instagram. So, with that said, we'll go back here, and the Photoshop editable PSD is something that I made yesterday because I thought that it would be awesome if we could kind of build screens and display them like this. If you had any additions to that, please feel free to help out. And let me know if I can help you guys. I brought a bit of food here, and there's water in the kitchen, which is the center room in Hacker Dojo. And that said, yeah, I'll be walking around. So thanks.
Yes. So I'll probably want to create a small feed my animal app, fish feeder, virtual fish that moves around. There will be some input, some time, some output, nothing fancy. You don't want to help with that.
That's pretty cool. Fish feeder.
Yeah, I kind of had a couple of really trivial ideas. So one of them is I still use my. I know iPhones are great for selfies, but you sometimes maybe you're talking and you want to record yourself and you don't want to necessarily take a professional camera. You just use an iPhone to stand. So the fact that you can share the phone's photo on the watch screen means you can kind of use it to like adjust when you're standing up there and have someone else do it. So kind of a navigation, that's one. And the other is the catastrophic event that you mentioned for elderly people, like when you fall. You could use that in a like a broader sense. So certain people you can just turn it into a medical app, track their heart rate by default at certain times of the day, and of course catastrophic event would be one of the things. And then you would be able to just transfer the history of a heart rate onto like an EEG machine or something. Yeah, that's another one. The other thing is, I guess, sometimes when you like someone's talking and you have some particular thing that you want to take notes. You want to activate your microphone. You don't want to pull up your phone. So just tap thing to just activate the microphone on your watch. And yet another one actually was based on her idea, which is basically you could, if you want to not have, I mean, you could develop a whole sign language kind of thing. Like, if you want to, you could have a group. It's a social media app. Like you basically have a group. You do a single touch or triple touch, and it gives them like a single buzz or double buzz. So you can like share secret messages when you're out, and if you're trying to leave a party, you just like do double touch, and everyone gets the notification. So these are some of the ideas we make.
That's cool.
Yeah, kind of.
It's like yo, almost just.
Yo, yeah, it's like yo, just in the back. That's really cool.
So one thing Apple didn't show off on stage was that they built a camera companion app, and so it allows you to control your phone. So you can go put your phone and get the frame right, and then you could tap on your watch to take the picture. So you could go both ways. So that's kind of cool. Yes.
Right now, the app is working. The web-based app is for public speaking. Very simple. Because whenever we get our idea, whether it's an app, we can talk to a group. So my idea is first let the people connect one to one, let them practice with one peer, get some feedback, and they can coach each other. Then my app only has one button. You push the button and say, I want to practice speaking. Suppose I push this button at 1:30, and you push the button at 1:45. So this is really how our connect the two buttons to Skype. And then we can practice. And so right now I have this working using Google watch type of words give us a hint. For type of twice means it's 6 minutes. Type of 3 times 7 minutes. So I have experience in C programming and Python programming. It's familiar with iOS programming. I just like to team with you. I'm also good at conversion marketing. Thanks.
I'm just telling the people who are watching on YouTube. There seems to be a few. There we go. Cool. Yeah.
Hey, how's it going, everybody? I'm Brandon. So my background is more in product and BD. I've been in mobile for about 8 years, so I'm really excited about the iWatch or Apple Watch since there is. So I had a couple ideas. One was because of the simplicity of the Apple Watch and the real estate you have available, obviously it needs to be very simple function. So the first idea I was kind of thinking about was for a bike clock. Basically, since the Apple Watch has a haptic technology, if you get within 5 feet of your bike lock, it will ask you to activate the lock, and you can choose to either lock or unlock it at that time. It's basically a simple function of just unlocking your bike lock. That was kind of one of them. And then the second idea I was thinking about was since I travel a lot and really love to travel, if you're traveling internationally, let's say you're in London, for example, traveling around, you can opt into specific bits of information around town. So because it senses the location where you're at, if you're walking by maybe like one of the churches, you'll get a little buzz and you can hit accept and you can read a little bit, a couple of facts about whatever that church or museum might be, and then maybe you can get a coupon offer for a ticket entry or whatever it might be. So those are a couple ideas I had. I don't have any background in programming, but been in product and mobile for 8 years. So looking for somebody who would want to team with me on a couple ideas there and work together.
Hello, my name is Harry. So I have one idea about meeting new friends. So personally, I'm coming from Hong Kong, so I don't know any of you here. I want to meet new friends, but I don't know who is the one that I'm interested in. So I want to build this little app which can set the criteria inside by answering several questions using smart gesture, yes or no, interest or not. And then when I come into the room, meaning around here, and got some people fit my interest, then there will be a notification like vibration showing me up, or that if it is like meeting the other half, it can be showing up like a heart, so that I know it's the kind of people that I want to meet in the opposite sex, or maybe meeting some friends like cat people, that it can come up with like Xcode icon, so that I know these people don't over me. So that's the idea.
Anybody else?
Does the watch have a mic on it?
Yes, it does have a mic on it. Yeah.
So when I'm traveling, I'm always worried. I use the translation program on my phone. I'm always worried about people stealing my phone whenever I pull it out. But with the watch, it's strapped to your neck, so it's very hard for people to like snatch it away really quick. So Google has this translation program, or this translation API that you can easily access. And I was thinking about making an app that hooked up with that, so I don't have to do all the backend for it. And just have a one-button translator that goes from whatever language that they speak to whatever language you speak. Set it up on your phone before you go. And another one with the exercise app. When I read that, I thought, that's a great idea. However, it's great for doing weightlifting, but when I'm doing cardio, what I want to know is when I hit my target heart rate.
Yeah.
So an add-on to that would be, for me, would be pretty cool to have a little indicator that tells me when I hit my target heart rate and when I hit my target time and my target heart rate. That's good.
Cool. Yeah.
I have a simple idea when I saw the possible biometrics on this. I have like stress issues. I get really stressed out, but I'm not aware of it. So I'd like to have some kind of indicator on my wrist that would say, that would give me its feed. It's like a biofeedback. When I look, I can tell if my heart rate is up, or stressed out, or if I'm cool-headed. So I love the idea of the biofeedback in this. So I would love to play with that.
Yeah. I mean, one way you might be able to tell someone's stressed out is when their heart rate's up, but they're not moving. So, they're just sitting down, but they have a high heart rate, then you know that, something's wrong.
Right, because it does measure both, right?
Right, right. So yeah, the processor can tell, it will let you know if the user is walking or running or riding a bike or driving in a car. And then you also know what their heart rate is.
Before we know the others, especially my strategies.
You can monitor your spouse's.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I actually, you could make like a road rage app because you're driving in a car and your heart rate's up, so then you're stressed out while you're driving. Yeah, so, thanks again. Let me know if I can answer any questions. I've done as much research as I can about it and been having these, so I've been thinking a lot about it. Maybe I can help you brainstorm along the way. So thanks again. Let's get going. Huh?
Two things.
Yeah.
One, do you have to font for this? And do we have downloads?
So in my other post, I show that Google Roboto is pretty close, so you could use Roboto.
Okay.
That'd be good.
And do we have any specifications on the interactions and patterns that are possible? Do we have any space where we have a specification outline?
No. That'd be a good thing to kind of put together or think about. Yeah. I mean, I know like swiping up from the bottom gives you the glances, and then you can turn the digital crown to zoom in and zoom out, and then you can move things around on the screen by swiping. You can press there's a button underneath the spinny crown, and if you press that, then your contacts pop out, and so it's just kind of a list of faces, and you can choose who you want to connect with, and then send them a message or start a phone call with them. And then, some of the apps, yeah, it's up here. So, some of the apps just have, simple start and stop buttons like that. The tap interface is cool. So what this is when you tap the screen, then the other, you're connecting with another person. The other person sees those taps, and they can actually feel it on their wrist too. But it's a very simple interface because it just has little circles that pop up.
Do we have is there an area with some sample code or
There is no sample code yet.
No.
Not yet.
Is that supposed to come out?
They haven't announced or released it yet, unfortunately.
I think I read somewhere online it's the 17th.
Oh, really? Okay.
Maybe this is
So are you writing code there or just looking at
So you can do either one. Since we don't have WatchKit, it'd be hard to write code, but I think you probably can, because you can use the square view and interface filter, and you could just use views that are animating and things like that, and you don't need to use the navigation bar. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
By one person, I'm going one iOS programmers here. So maybe we can divide that several people running one iOS program. This program is a valuable resource. Maybe the program choose what project to work on, and others watch him or her. You kind of build like form several teams.
Yeah, well, yeah. Why don't we do this? If there's anybody that you think that you would like to work with, why don't anyone can announce like who they think that they want to work with, and then that way people see you, and if they want to talk to you, then they can.
Actually, a roll call of designers for this program would be good. They can be a good start.
Yeah.
Include students.
All right. Well, why don't we do this? How about just if you were a kind of a thinker, raise your hand. Okay. And then if you are a designer, raise your hand. Yeah. If you're a hobby designer. Okay. And then if you are a developer, raise your hand. Cool. Okay. Anybody left out? No. Okay. Cool. Well, that's it then, and I guess we'll go ahead and get started.
All right.
Randy. Yeah, I like your idea.
Yeah.
What's your background?
Right. I mean, it's really interesting because one of the things that I guess is a big mystery is what watch is going to look like as far as like programmatically how do you do it, what is set up, how do you interact with users and stuff. So it's kind of hard to sort of say like what this might be easier than another thing. What about you? What do you think as far as like?
It's hard to say. So what I was thinking about, very well.
We actually work in the same company, so but yeah,
So what I was thinking was something like, you're in an area, whether you've been there or not before, you say, all right, my schedule today, I don't know exactly what I'm going to be in there, so I want to eat at like a certain
would you say that for
I want to like see some, I don't know, like temple at some point. I don't know, like, so it kind of like figures that out, and then because it's not like the direction, it doesn't necessarily tell you where you're going. It's like, oh, now we're gonna go to the kind of like,
yeah, exactly, right.
I guess I'm going to be able to
and it's sort of like contextual. Like you just know that when you receive a notification of that tab, maybe there'll be some kind of an icon that pops up that lets you know this tab is coming from that app versus I mean, I really like the concept of that. It's blown up. Whether you like it or not, it's blown up. And it gives you sort of a way to kind of take that communication and simplify it. It's sort of like your own custom systems right there. So, I mean, I think it's really cool. Yeah. Kind of I would say a good use of this idea, it's personalized interaction, something like that sort of thing,
And with anything,
Some your system like because they have their average interaction, but
so I'll use like
maybe you're looking at more simplistic. Oh, is that right? Where it's kind of like less of the, it's less of the like things. I was just I didn't actually see when I raised the hands.
And I was thinking, like, in terms of, I'm planning out my days, like, yeah, it's going to automatically be information versus on it's accurate. Yes.
Right, okay.
I think we get to a lot of, yeah, you want to. Yeah.
Right, yeah, absolutely. Which I think for this video I don't need too much about it overall. So one thing I need to do is bring like pen and paper over my computer. We could start like playing around with ideas of what interactions look like, and maybe just I could start experimenting with maybe seeing if we could build something.
And I think what it comes down to is, if
curious to see if we can figure something like that. So I like
who wants to do it and do like a big
so yeah, we can start on that. Because I like the concept again, like I said, just a cool idea. Like just act quick communication. No one else needs to know what it means. 2 taps to me from my wife.
And they really work on points. Yes or no? Would you like to be yes? Like click here, yes. Like we don't need or you like show a picture of
just to make sure you first one. And I get bored of
Right, yeah.
Great, okay, you can just get out of here. I like to
Right.
or just let's get out of here. Just make up something. So you're trying to say, oh, you're in something. Just go like that. Just make
the simplest I think
I guess, yeah, going through like use cases is probably the best way to do it. And then
hey, I'm going to give you a message.
I guess it's it's usually what you do for them.
And I think it's something that we could pretty easily prototype like somehow. What I want to do, I'm not going to so I actually work for a company here in Mountain. And what I can try to do is see if we can probably prototype it with just the way it is now.
Yeah.
Even if it's like the phone screen and just say
That's exactly what I was thinking.
Yeah, I mean that could be a way that we can even just like have something physically running, and we can do some more simple animation type stuff to show different scenarios. I think. So I mean, as far as like what it would look like, you guys have like specific ideas on it. I imagine it doesn't need anything complex. Terrible at design. That's just first.
Well, I mean, what I have right now is the actual thing. But yeah, I mean, that doesn't make any sense.
It definitely takes a commitment. I mean,
the way to do it is
definitely takes a big commitment to sit down and say,
to figure out how you want to use your interactive.
this is actually just extra.
Obviously a lot of the external information is not there, so you kind of stuff it.
I'm on the newest one. Yeah, the beta. Well, I guess it's potency. Yeah, they just launched. So yeah, the playground's actually this looks like it just lets you write the output here. Right? So it's really handy actually for doing prototyping. You can't do that stuff next week. So Swift is really exciting. I mean, I know it. I wouldn't say that I could. Like, I can't sit down and build an app in Swift without having to look stuff up. I understand the general concepts and the flow of it and the language. And actually using it, I still can't. Because I mean, there are simple tasks that I would do in Objective-C. Oh, I just do this. Swift throws crazy errors, so it becomes problematic. So what we can do with it is you can basically just drag, and they have this really cool way where you can just add views into another view. And so, like, I mean, we can literally just take
these things usually start out with something like the Yelp API.
Okay, you take this square.
It's because they have all of that. I think Instagram has something similar as well.
Dimensions.
And you feel like so it wouldn't necessarily have to collect your own database. That's probably like a work in progress, but you start off.
Basically, what I can say is almost like that's the launch, right? Even though it's not, it's the launch. I mean, we can even scale that as much as we need just for the sake of it actually working. So we can have this centered here, and then basically what we can do is we can pretend like that's our view, and we can write code that'll just do interaction stuff. Right? Yeah, I mean, just simple kind of stuff. So I guess really actually we just gotta figure out what it would look like, maybe what the user who's sending something would see, and what the user is receiving something.
I work in that.
So one is you have the logs in.
Yeah, I was developing
Or you can save the app. So I'm guessing there's going to be somewhere.
Right.
The application you can do. Or there should be some settings where you delegate it. So I mean, so we probably don't. The app itself is kind of you have an active tool. So you could either like from your contacts you have like 5 people you just like do an app, get these people in. So that's the people you're going to send that message, and you kind of decide on that. You customize this UI of time, and you could do like a yeah, so
And the idea being we
keep it
Website.
So I mean, we have to sort of be sending with a list of users.
Yeah,
Select the user. And
yeah. So like early so
Yeah, so and then
send it
the
to
service
them,
and then
that guy. So we kind of do something like
yeah,
this.
so you always
Maybe
put it in a table.
or at least maybe even the computer.
yeah, I have.
Maybe
That was
it's
just-
I just think it'd be hard to add friends and actually manage getting each other on the same thing, and then that information is propagated and they're watching you scroll through it and select an icon. And then from there, it's just a big button that says set it or even if it's just like just the open screen, maybe
Yeah, exactly.
2 tabs. So it can be somewhere. Yeah.
That's exactly.
Maybe like user assigned colors. I mean, in addition to the tab, like in like flash a color or something, and that,
So here's what I was kind of thinking for now. I mean, obviously there's no like
yeah, but like I think you're on a date, for instance, and it's going well. So you tab here pops up, green, and you're going, all right, cool. Do you think that which do you think is better, a visual or a physical type of application or a combination?
Yeah. Right, what you have here is fully interactive in terms of how you do it on.
yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
So you kind of open and you see that
It is.
so you don't like
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. more separate people, the better, right? What's happening on watch? Yeah, I can't remember what. There's gotta be some notification. That's what I'm trying to figure out. That's what I don't know, and that's where we come up with the problem of do that as their guidelines for how. Are you allowed to just basically have the watch lined up and just display it every month? I think for them to make some assumptions on that, maybe sort of hopefully more UX scenario. That's what I can imagine is even some kind of a notification or even you can imagine receiving it, you have your watch and you feel a vibration, you look down and you see the face of the person who did it.
Just not to integrate it from Friday. I think today would work better with stuff. Which basically means like I just brought out like this.
Yeah, so I'm guessing, I guess you got the event handling part of things, like how you went to, so you basically get the migration and then you see who sent it, and also what coding you are doing, so that's the final presentations we do. And then there's the settings screen, which will probably be on the companion app, and in a stripped down version on your phone too, where you select the thing and you also select the coding. What happens?
Hey everybody, he is interested in the workout app, so if any of you guys have any ideas about the workout app or want to work together on that, then talk to those yellow guys.
Yeah.
So the first starts from from a perspective of the user, like we can assume for this exercise, the users are kind of like using the application to set up what you're doing or what you're interested in doing to the point where at this point the user doesn't have to actively interact with
So this is probably
Three screens on one side, maybe the first screen is just second screen is just groups. Swipe back and forth, and then the third screen is the second. The other thing that I seem to recall about is how social media interactions themselves, setting up like meeting events, and it also really concept something like that. So you can just see them play out and say what they're doing. So here we're just like,
and it's like near like
it does that makes it the same problem. See like right. So I don't make sure it's all that. So we've got active feedback migration. That's the first thing we do. I actually think I agree. It's almost like the idea is, maybe like you and I.
Instead of much they want to do this, say what I'm saying, just go, yeah, I don't know.
When you're cool. So then, 30 minutes, 45 minutes later, migration, I'll look at your watch, so it pops up. You now know that. You have to set up that clock.
Or if I want to get new,
Granted, it's not necessarily
it takes me a certain amount of time to walk over.
That would be kind of nice.
Well, not like 5 miles away.
And maybe even the companion could have.
Well, because a lot of it's going to be kind of
maybe even watches.
And maybe not so much with like users not prompting all this to happen, which is why it has to be like very careful to not send them on through room for it.
Oh, there's you want
Yeah.
you do one, then you have a platform. So you create an implementation app. Whereas you companion app, you just type a name. So, I mean, so it's
Yeah, I mean, the idea being that the launch is going to be at least like it's like, for instance, maybe even adding a launch where you granted, an actual real prototype.
Right. Because I was thinking that literally like here. It's like you kind of have to figure out like what am I getting from the watch? Or it's going to be like it's just going to be notifications.
I heard a rumor about
And like it has to be something like even less interactive. Otherwise, it's just it has to be
necessary interaction is going to be inside.
I think there's more to it than just like a really small screen.
so I have a sample for able to so
Yeah.
I could
Well, because my main thing was like the tax that I do. That's something that I'm really getting out of phone as well. Yeah. So and I think like that's one of the
Yeah, well,
selling
so
We can focus
So I guess we kind of
So the idea being
so the initial buzz of you're walking by. I'm going to direct you somewhere and you
But it is our guess that those sensors.
like you arrive at a location for
I wouldn't be surprised though. I agree.
we should be able to
I'm walking by and
I don't know names.
Yeah, exactly.
And maybe even like the settings page.
So at a certain time, we'll start with right. So you can either suggest or
and then I think it's
no, exactly.
So yeah, we can definitely do something like that.
I mean, if you because at some point, it'll take you to a restaurant and you say, I like this, I don't like it. I do like
do
this.
is I can start kind of putting together a rough idea for it. If you guys are kind of this is what I imagine it would just be a little circle and then a name next to it, and that's what we scroll through. And then even the notification could potentially just be like the person's face on the bottom, like you have a little circle as well. Swipe it up.
But that's exactly that was
So really,
like
someone just needs to start hacking away at it and take a look and see if we like it.
or you do just have like this as friends hang out.
Almost like the actual watch aspect, because I want to make sure and see that we can start separating.
So you want okay, I can show you.
Yeah, I can be back there, yeah. I mean, I don't have to hear it. We're just here because we talked about it.
Yeah, I'm probably gonna
I'm not telling to him. Yeah, we were there. Yeah, I mean,
So what I was thinking of doing is I'll have to watch, maybe I'll move the watch up, and I'll try to put 3 different buttons like about to be directed to the press space and run whatever animation you have. This is in starting to direct you. The next one will be you've arrived somewhere. You have the next button like you can separate. Because we can't simulate most of the stuff.
Why not?
So Yeah, you become the expert part of generation.
The chip that has these functionalities, whether or not we're going to be able to.
That one was before. I didn't see the subject. This is like kind of.
Chips can do these things.
They can.
I work at Qualcomm.
Yes. Yeah. So I mean, yeah, as I was telling him, like, you know, they only announced the heart rate, but I bet that will be more.
That's what they announced. They know that's something that.
That's they're going to get people. But maybe they'll hold off on a few other things.
Yeah, right. That's about it. Well, it's fine to look at AI.
And so what I'm going to do, what I'm going to learn is that I'm going to make like a basic Star Trek. So you set a timer in it, so let's say you're sitting with your friend in a quiet restaurant and you want to go off. Check the perk, to make the Star Trek sound effects. Just do like a geeky equivalent with the book. You say something, just look up from like pre-program things, go back to you, you can think your turn. Just doesn't find like that. You can't find it. That should be simple, right? That should be too much bulk. I was going out to do it this morning, but then I just did it myself. Wait, where did you see that? I'll get one back on Monday.
Probably like.
Oh, it's going to be. Oh, you go.
Why should you go around, like maybe put the brain?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so we would say that So say that this is high. Well, my point is that this will always be low because even if you're stressed, you might be problems. And you might be doing this without necessarily having to watch. So this might be low. Yeah, right? Right. So yeah, so this is pretty much
Well, this was Hi. We're going to get one pie. Just equals okay.
I've been in this before. Yeah. Right, I just providing, but you're right. I don't
Easier for me to make it nice. Just get like nice. Yeah, right.
Medium.
I don't know really. So when you use it, I need software.
It will probably be like,
Yeah, it's all about states. So you know, define which states have existing, you know, what you think.
Well, these
Oh, yeah. That's exercise. You're like jumping, running.
Sure. What stress
So short would be like.
So here, we just need a login site, the friends screen, and then the message screen. Just so that you might have other apps that don't have this, so you want to make sure it so it's like a configuration.
Well, some people do have.
Like if you're.
Right.
This would be.
I would say that.
If you're out with all these things are hot
So I
for
think
more than 5 minutes.
The good news is
That's the only way.
Yeah.
So, do you think
Well, I have.
programming since I was 15, so I've
You're
been programming
about 10 years. You don't even know how to use it.
Yeah, I've been trying to set up and doing iOS also for about 5 years. It took me a long time to really start with stuff first. So after that, I finally got really long. I did a lot of projects where I worked in one company and now I work like yeah, so kind of decent amount of time and then we got messes and stuff. But nowhere near I think that was experimental. But I know that we work my way.
It's fun. Yeah. But I found that same way like that. Like the first application I ever tried to do. Yeah, because you just feel like you're not accomplishing anything. So maybe it's really frustrating. So it's probably Yeah, I'm on it. It will happen multiple times. Yeah, you're not. Once you get yeah, it's just something I really enjoy. I get a lot of passion for it. Even though I was really terrible at it at first. Once you get past that, it's really fun. Yeah, really fun because then you know how these things and you learn that. So I think it actually I don't know. We probably don't have to get
The goal is to have that within like.
Oh yeah. But I don't know, like, I don't want people like, but that's the thing, I mean, like, everyone is at that place. So I don't it's something I never do, but that's okay. At some point you just know. But I think it's more like a whole you need to stop right now. You guys are not there, so I think it's fair.
Okay, let's just structure to start with.
I think it's a good starting point. Exactly. But I think so.
Right. Oh yeah. So now let's talk about
Oh yeah, they're just on set. The presentations are 5:30, right?
Yes.
Great. So we have visual.
So
Vibrates? It's like a vibrating thing. Interesting. Okay, interesting. What else? As far as feedback. So, left to right vibrating. Interesting. I'm already have an idea of something called you just put on.
yeah, but like
That's an idea
I just realized they do something really interesting. So, this is I was in Mexico when I started. It displays the name of the project, so you make sure yeah, it's an hackathon there. That's just weird. I haven't seen it before. Yeah, I think the audio
What's up?
Challenge yourself, man. Write it all in Swift.
Oh man,
Yeah, see.
that's too light.
So basically we just need like
Yeah. Right, yeah, go ahead and do that now. Yeah.
stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And maybe what it is
I think we should have audio input as voice.
Oh, you should have got.
No, I'm just
yeah, this is more like on so like here, if it senses this, it probably gets us faster. There's a lot of noise, but it's yeah.
Yes, yes, that's cool. So what if we said voice rhythm is high pitched, possibly
So how do you, I guess, like, images aside. Physical function, right? So my thought was, okay, so here's what I was thinking. Is would be we would like to have two different icon based on so as you're walking the box, but then there's just one icon.
This is just default that they have. It's really interesting.
That's first icon. Basically walking by.
Entirely. That's all they do.
Oh, okay, so it's the icon and then a yes or no.
Yeah, basically. It's funny, but I haven't seen this yet. That's been the past like 45 days.
Or did they by a restaurant?
Yeah, that's what I was saying.
And I think that's dependent.
It's 4.1. If you have first, it's always like notifying you by first visual, so you know what that is. It's category visual.
I like this.
No, I see this one. So the category
Because where you are, active as a money wants.
or what are the categories?
So I don't know how this is going to be able to these two combinations that are imaginary,
You have all the different categories, and then
so you're
that's the
saying
visual notification. Here is, comes back like, hey, this is whatever, so restaurant. So that would probably be like the first initial interaction. And then from there, the second visual edges. So we need a little icon. Well, so how do you say from resident? Yeah, it's a big because I was thinking more like you're wherever you are, I don't think not necessarily next to something, but like now, wherever you can be, it says now I would like to take you to something, restaurant or church or whatever, and they kind of give you like yes, no, and estimated block time. They can also work. It depends on if you set it up like I want to eat by a certain time, but that's like kind of its only thing, right? Everything else would be probably more flexible. Right. So I like that. Yeah. Right. So, maybe it's
out of the video, or you can Boston, right? So much at That's pretty cool. That's kind of the idea. Sure, sure. I mean, what it really comes down to, you have a limited amount of time. It's somewhere you're not necessarily familiar with, so you're just not dictating talent. You let someone who knows something to do what you actually make that happen. Yeah, okay.
How's it going?
So nobody can actually develop anything? Some people making iOS and things?
So I think the best way to start is let's try and get like a mock-up of that for icon suggestion. I think that's really important.
We have like impossible to. Does anybody know when it would be possible?
Go to icon finder.
That, I would say, I think it's a really place to do that.
So probably the correct answer is
well,
although it's kind of tricky with some of them are like downtown.
Well, so what? I mean, what do you think?
Yeah, I want to like get it. The application we already have.
Yeah, I mean, you could make it something good. So, if it was me, I would probably try to make it with the phone.
Yeah, there we go.
Yeah, because you're going to do this as well.
Yeah, I'm looking at this.
And when you write the directions, or we could have like this.
Yes. Yeah.
And that's like, that's cool. What kind of camera is that?
Logitech C930E.
Yeah, huh? That's pretty good.
So
I'm surprised you did that.
no IR, no. And this is what they've announced. Well, actually, no, it does have IR. It's to the bottom.
It does, right?
Yeah. Maybe we could use it for
So if we're stationary.
Yeah, I don't know.
don't think it'd be fascinating.
Yeah.
I guess there's two parts to it.
Oh, like a, well, you can, yeah, yes. Not yet.
Maybe I'll wait.
Maybe you don't erase it. Start using this. So this is still based on that. Drag it in. She got it. Yeah. So one thing is like the wire percent at each stage, which is like pretty much and the rest pretty much I think I probably would use my headphones. It's almost like a sort of some people, but other people it's not. So no, sometimes yeah, I know. Yeah. So one thing is that so here pretty much it's like stress on stress that you want in two different states now. And then it's stress that's usually creating it's So it has the other one I have is a what is so one aspect what I can use like that. You might have whatever. Yeah. It is the construct. Yes. So the idea would be that and so say you have 4 of them, so that you that's what we do. Verification is time-based. So this one, you might be in this state, and then suddenly you are stressed, and then the thing basically pops up. And so that looks a little bit more like traditional one, like the calendar, where you have a 9 here, and then that's the here. The title of the calendar event, and then the thing here is 7.
Maybe shop.
So here you can either invite or you can scroll up and down like that. Yeah, so there's like just a set whatever the options are, you sort of like go up and down. But this is a small thing that happens in time. This is more of a thing that you call on demand. So I'm presenting these things that you can like, for today.
I don't it's not boring. So many.
For today. Yeah.
And then it's actually a really good idea. So if there's a movie ticket one, get like an image of like Fandango so that shows. That's a good idea.
Yeah, maybe not. They're not global coverage.
That's true. Like, that's true.
Maybe when you push it, it brings up whatever options are there.
I guess like the general.
So this
Like that, maybe biggest thing you could take out.
Yeah, that's part of that. So this is that's good. Whether you're whatever state you are, that's my all that. And this is really right. So like this is like that's one part of
Yeah, or like somebody can let everything.
Here, just like that. So here it would be completely fine. But if you are like so this is where you might suggest whatever because it will get feel that yeah, great. There we go. As a shift to the so instead of
Good. So I got the font set up.
Yeah,
So I got like the bottom lines there. What we definitely need now is see how this thing goes.
and then the butterflies.
We go through and see what this is. So we got museum, coffee shop, restaurant, shopping. Okay. What else would you do?
It's always it's like all great at the same things.
Yeah, I think this is good. We can work with this. We don't need like we don't need like another 10 of these videos. Yeah, 2 more hours. It's awesome.
It's the
That's one. Another one is sort of photographic shape. Another one would be like so I think they're all valid approaches. But I think that I agree also on this one.
Actually, I think it'll make it look really good is to take everyone at these and then have like the restaurant will show like on like McDonald's or whatever. So to have like the actual like logo.
Oh yeah, that's what it is.
Yeah.
What's
so here's my so from a business perspective, there's like another there's a whole business side of it, and there's also the whole functionality of like generalization. There's so much going into that. Versus the idea. So
I would make like a generalization that I can say.
it's one of those very category, right?
what you're interested in.
Yeah, what you're start, and then you click on the restaurant, and then like
That's done, and then that goes like there. So we could just say, there's this interface, and you run this page, and that's it. That's all.
Yeah.
We can sort of like, I think, when you get that,
yeah, with like its own logo and like its own set of within. So if we mock up one of these. Yeah, if you mock up one, you can just one that way people can get visual. Yeah, one or two is fine. I think that the important one is like the four of them. like to show up like when it says like here's a list of suggestions on back to give you for
For restaurants or for.
Well, yeah, so just like Bill was saying, so the next thing we're gonna do, are we gonna go pick a shot, any museum or music, then you just choose one and then it directs you over there.
Oh, okay. So like, you basically say, 4 months.
Well, I would say like the one comes up because I was thinking like Bill had a good idea where I'm not totally sure what I'm going to be doing, so this gives me like 4 potential options.
Okay, yeah.
I'm not close to anything.
That's cool. I like that too. Okay, yeah. So, but you're within walking
some reasonable thing in each category.
Yeah.
Yeah, so just told us like,
So that's why I would say you can make an assumption that you set it up.
Well, I think there's 3. It's I've gotten there. There's 4 suggestions. The one where it's taking me over there, I have some maybe even just be a map. I don't know if it's special. And then I've arrived there.
Right.
And that was just great. And as well as things that pop up maybe on the way.
Yep. Totally. Okay. So you need to make like subset logos basically, like.
No, I think these logos will be fine. Like for example, you're walking towards a restaurant and then like a museum logo pops up like, hey, this is and maybe even like estimated amount of time you spent.
Yeah.
And then yes, phone number. Yeah, yes or no, yes, like it's right here, there. No, like just throw it away.
What we don't know is what's the UI look like, or they didn't show us. They didn't show us the UI. How you create it. So I can only run the stage. And someone to say,
All right, what would help me out a lot integrating these things. I'm gonna need like a URL where you have these icons. That way I can just put it in the content. From the website that you got these icons. It's a lot easier to deal with than copy paste from the documents. Yeah, and then I can pull it on here. Yeah, because I just got to download it directly. Sure.
well, this is indicated
Let's go ahead and limit it to like the 4 that we're going to be working with in terms of like today, versus having a bunch of them. So, well, museum is good, food's good, and tickets is good. So museum, food, tickets, and one more. Yeah, let's. So I think music's good. Yeah, it's a little less generic. Yeah, so give me the food and museum one.
I offer to do that if you guys would try to make sense, but I don't mind. So we make it like so just our years and make it like it's just it has to be an indicator that becomes like yes they use thing because it's what's nice in it. But I think those two should show that's a good thing. A little bit more data on the side.
For you as let's focus on
Great.
We can move on before that, I guess.
Alright, so now that we got that, should we start like typing out like a user flow, like user experience, how it works? What would you say would be helpful? Well, what I'll need is kind of like mock-up. Yeah, yeah. So from there, it's pretty, pretty straightforward. We can do that together. So I think the big theme is like black on white, right? Black background, right? Yeah. Yeah. I mean, at least for the watch, right?
So it's a notification. You are here and butterfly. We're just gonna butterfly as a general. Butterfly oh, I just don't here. Oh, we're gonna say something to show something. Whatever it is. No, you don't need to touch it. So you're like stress. No, it immediately goes into the or whatever is in that. So you're saying that so then what is
So yeah, so I can tell you. So basically what we need
so in this case, we don't have to see much. What was the budget?
once you have this,
maybe like Sam also. Or you know,
Yeah. That way, it's like immediately because normally this would go and then it would go back. So if you have this, you need to have this. It's like you're stressed out, so right away. So back here, this here, and then there's no need to. Yeah, he's checking.
Oh yeah.
Oh, and it's just, and then the feedback is, so it's much more simple. Like you just get butterflies, I guess, it says read 10 times, and so you're trying to read them, and then hopefully.
Yeah, Apple. I'll be able to say
And that's it. And that's it. Yeah. Yes.
What's the URL? Is it happy.watch? Yeah.
So, I don't really know anything about it. I don't know about it. And there's no watch.
Yeah. I mean, obviously we can't integrate that into like working prototype, but yeah. What's up? Yeah. I'm already. Yeah. Thank you, sir. Cool.
Just for now, for the groups, we have like 3 lists, like our program and then we can just have a generic icon, and we can just make it more colorful. Have just like basic colors. Start having these so it's a circular icon like this, but a little icon like this one is like only background color. So just the same time you see someone really simple. That's not right.
Yeah, that's really nice.
Maybe my strike. Kind of depends with the what was
102. 102. That's it. So there's a two friends
Okay, right. So you can tell how many vibrations are
that's the other thing is and this is basically going to be just a table where you would add do a plus and it's bars shows me a distance that's actually select and then that's the group which shows me so there's an edit frame there's an actual place so that'll be nice.
Yeah, so I think this all the access, the other two is basically basically watch. Yeah, right now. Yeah, probably says you're setting up that means also there might need to be a third view. There might need to be your set of messages. Here's my friend. And then maybe you can plus. And then there you can say, my friend, I want this person to turn that. But at the same time, that doesn't have to be long. You have a decent amount of code. Functional. So just even if you just have right, exactly. Because on the watch, you so you add maybe you can go out just there. It's also one of those or personal contacts or maybe even look at my friends on Facebook. Doing that interaction is just going to be yeah, I just very so two frames. So I figured the idea of we are getting that is sort of like your watches when there is like a temperature as well. Right, that's where you set them now.
So, a set that should be a group view, and then each like you got each group, and then I add a friend.
I think we should do that. Yeah. Okay. I think even if it's just static data, like I wouldn't worry. Like just like for mine, I wouldn't worry too much right now about like actually having like less button functionality and popping up our view, typing in all the info and saving it. I wouldn't worry about that just yet. So I wouldn't have much extra work just something like that.
So the only thing is this spark moment is going to be there.
But if that's really what we're doing here was we have basically you have a list of all friends, and then you can swipe over.
Yeah, so I don't really see like
and that's your list of and then if you balance
exactly. I mean, the more you're browsing it, the more useless. I mean, the worse it is being watched. Like much where to go interact with.
So we could have people like open the app and set the actives.
Well, realistically, I mean,
once the active
the functionality is there on the phone.
we just want that.
Watch is not like yeah, exactly. You know, there's convenience but like the actual functionality.
They actually get the one type of and then they show switch groups
I see. So
I can see any one of these travels.
Good.
Alright, cool. So in that case,
Yeah.
One of the messages she sends yes or
so the idea being like is, I get what you're saying, yeah, so you could have individual persons, but the whole point of it, is that you have a group that you're setting up, and you can send that message. Right, okay. So then from this perspective, what would happen is we have the first screen, the list of groups, and probably the second screen, then being the second. That's all I got, so that would be the instead.
I am thinking of all the school things. Senders side, second side is the confirmation of all these things. We see a list of groups that means somebody active. So you kind of click that there's only one group active. And then that's it. You can also see what the message was sent. So what is happening. You see the list. Maybe you can change the what happens in the message from your watch.
I thought that would be a little bit difficult, it's like text entry.
So it just basically shows what's there. And then on the receiving side, you kind of do this and just have normal.
Yeah, what I figured I would do is actually, I was going to use this as just like the standard image, like as if this was your watch face, and then we'll do a little animation, like something will pop up, and then we can do that in code, physically see it on the screen, and that would be basically the receiving image is what we do, and then what we talk about is if you tap on it or maybe swipe it up, is that you can see the actual message, or is that just going to be a method that just tells you who it is? And we talked about swipe it up and hitting the block. Hey, I received it, it sends back a message that says like, but you don't need to do that. You just have to have it pop up the user and then it disappears.
The name, the color or the message, like the one tag. Just show the name and what happened. The group name.
And that's going to be, well, I mean, if we can actually display one tap versus just giving the field vibration, we still should have some. Yeah, because
what if they, what different have also said you that you have a heart rate meter and you're checking to see what you
Alright. So we're basically saying that you have one tap.
So here's what I got, like a very
Decided message, like mark that initial, and then I'll say during the actual watch, it just pops
no, I'll put it like an animation, so when you press here, like, when it's about to suggest you, I don't know, it like, vibrates, and then it'll just like, screen field going off, and
the watch app.
so you do all that. Yeah. Right. Yeah, this is like one stage. So the question is, what's going to happen when they click on one of these things?
Right.
Maybe still low
message sent to
Right. Are you saying that like not even one side, so like when you first open up the watch, or every time you first open the watch,
Possibly, and maybe even these change as you're kind of moving around with the different options you have available to you.
and then that way you stay.
Although that's a bit of an edge case. I'm not even sure what would happen.
you don't want to
Right, and that's invisible to the user. These are all potential options.
Probably be at least this
Is
well, no.
Yeah, I guess
Yeah, I think the assumption is that these only show up when you've got something to walk on. Yeah, obviously not.
And then you're done. You can go close it, you can get out of it.
Yeah.
Because I mean, we have to love me.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's kind of like what you said, how is the watch going to know that you're tapped?
I think you're cool. That's true. That's true. You don't have this, but you also have a watch face as well. So it's kind of to be watched by you.
Possible.
I see. So we can, in addition to having it be like it goes to the screen, it'll be
The new screen also.
Right.
Like a static watch face. But we don't have to do it now.
And so, and the other thing I've seen is like,
There's always going to be a question.
so for the time being, tapping is really a great use for So I guess really at this point, it's not so much a happen group,
Right. And that can be happening even as a show, right? So this is like a yeah. That's true. I like that.
So I'll change this right on that main screen. Do you want to have maybe just go to the speed questions?
I recall you mentioning when I was writing about data. So was that storyboard or I think it's expertise for sort of like keynote. Was that for the watch section?
So I haven't released anything for the watch. So if you are good,
so I'm not good at. I'm not an Objective-C guy. I'm more familiar with JavaScript, but and I haven't just tinkered with. But if I wanted to take a step out of the story without knowing anything about Objective-C and not having to deal with Objective-C, is that possible?
Yeah, exactly.
By the way, I saw the tool that you sent us, the relative form. I haven't had the time to download the trial, but I'm thinking probably.
Right. But if you want to do it, then you have to have a sample button.
yeah, I mean, sure.
So I think the best thing to do is you just split out and have
So the way
Yeah, I mean, I know like a lot of other tools that generate vertical and stuff like that, but they can get there's a lot of those. But I think that one, the relative form or whatever it is, I like it more because the rendering feels needed. It feels like a Slice Composer, but with some other stuff. But I thought, yeah. So, okay, so there's no way to storyboard. If I don't understand the objective. Not even if I want to use simple like transitions, something as simple as like a slideshow. Alright?
Yeah, that's
I'm only using tool like that. So are you on the
Yeah, so have you been on the side?
Other ones in Hackathon, but this is the first one there. Apple Watch. But I've attended the last ones, I've attended the other ones here. So, but yours will be the first one.
Cool. So I've been having like kind of small yeah, I'm also split. So I've been kind of doing TikToks and alternating. And this is the first kind of hackathon that I've had. I'll definitely have another hackathon. Is there anything that you would like to see, like kinds of events where
That's a really good question. So,
I just think that what that both sides.
so I would be interested, for example, in finding progressive ways to get into Objective-C without me being an Objective-C expert. And so that's why I was asking, like, can I pick up storyboard, start doing something, and then through the approach of doing that, I started doing Objective-C.
Right, so
that's how I got into it. So that would be one question. Okay, the other question is also, do you need someone someone to help out with? help out with living in body. So that's just another one. And let's see. And then the third one I'm also interested in. So I'm always looking at tools that can help them make it faster or more expressive. Or so those are sort of like some of the, when you ask me the question, those are three things that come to mind.
Well, I definitely want to have a meeting event where we like build like a small. Probably I'll try to make it use physics builder as much as possible so that it's very good. So that's the code is kind of that's a great thing.
That would be one good thing. So storyboard is different than interface.
Yeah, so interface builder is like a tool that you're using, and the storyboards are just like
okay, so the tool is interface builder. Okay, my bad. Got it. Okay, so you will be planning something like that.
Yeah.
So yeah, that would, I would be interested in that. That would be
and then I definitely, I just found out about my notes, but I want to use it. Yeah. So, I mean, if you like learning things, want to learn it and like teach a class on it, that'd be.
Yeah, sure. As I said, I'm going to download it tomorrow. Today, just because I saw it this morning, I didn't have time, but I'm going to download it tomorrow, play around with it. And yeah, if you're up for it, if I have something to share, I'll be happy to let you know. And my initial experience is relatively stuff like that.
Have you done origami?
I played around with origami, and I got to test it before they launched it because I did like a little demo presentation that I marked and that was like a week before they launched it. Like, why are we doing this? And then they showed it, and I'm like, oh, and then, so I played around with it and stuff like that. I think I like to I believe in that vision and that spirit, but I don't like the fact that it stays in quantification, that I cannot see the code behind it. I end up in the same way of how I end up with the other tools that generate early code. Well, probably a little bit less, because even if they generate good code, I could at least open the tools in the browser and at least take something and use it, right? But these ones is like, what's happening behind the box? So I don't know what I'm learning. And so what I would say is my little bit of a this is kind of good, but in between anything else. So that's my quick. There's always some way to sort it out. But obviously your idea could.
It would be useful to think about like animations.
That's not but you need some way to like interact with this thing. Right. And this is kind of the easiest, lowest threshold.
Right, animations that we can make basically the more.
Because you're not always like unsure. You might be a lot.
And so, how long they think so far to pick up because done is not.
Well, first of all, we're in space.
Okay, that's key feedback.
And then, I think
it's more similar to JavaScript.
Right, it is more similar to JavaScript. It's much easier. The easiest thing is to build even the simplest app, even if it's like to-do lists.
Right.
And you can follow whatever. It'd be interesting to think about like what's the coolest kind of stuff that you can do without with the least amount of effort.
Yeah, actually, a map with pins on it would be really
that
good.
I don't.
Yeah,
so that's a very okay. So actually, let's look at what do you think? What things do you want to see, or even people from the community to bring up and so more play and see how it helps.
So we actually are having two of the first like outside people other than so that's design classes. So that's kind of cool. One of them is just influencer. I've used that one. I mean,
yeah, actually, if everything kind of with that team,
I'm excited about this new platform of the watch, and I really think that if we can like start working together on it, we can be a resource not just for ourselves but for the larger world. I mean that's why I try to put as much stuff as I can happy wise. because I want people from Japan to like follow it and start doing and stuff like that. So I think that'd be really cool. And in the video that I showed at the beginning, I don't know if you're now, but I was showing like some interactions with Minecraft, and they're very fluid. It's not screen. It's like what's the animation that's happening? How is the music? It's like interacting with the make that thing. And so, as much as I can, we've been able to work out with that. With the other tools, thinking about how to build things that feel natural, feel like they bring you joy.
Well, what's your opinion about frame?
I haven't used it.
Yeah, but that one I started tinkering with it. I'm not an expert on it yet, but this is what I like. So you know what Framer.js is?
I've heard of it, but I don't know much.
So Framer.js, what it is that it's just look it up there. Okay. And so it was put together by a guy from Facebook, which he acquired, I think it's called So Far or whatever. And so what it is it's a way to prototype all those animations and all that, all that difficult thing you need to get out of your head that's very difficult to express statically through either an open source framework called Framer.js or this thing, which I think it's called Framer Studio, which he sells. But the Framer.js, you can download it in the library. You can take it down. This is CoffeeScript. But the coolest thing to me about this is that you start your mock in either Photoshop or Sketch, then you press a button, and then all your stuff appears here. And then you start sort of like selecting it. You select a layer or a sub-layer, and then you start adding, probably the best example. This is probably a new layer here, and then to that layer, it's adding now opacity, and then different states, second stage, third stage, fourth stage. And so you start learning, you start expressing yourself. You start learning CoffeeScript, but it's a nice way to get further into JavaScript later, or at least, if you're someone that doesn't code, it's a nice way to, like a progressive way to do that. And you can mirror it. I think there's a mirror thing there that you can put it on the local device. And it's just very fun. It's a very fun way, because I think one of the problems is that the way how you assemble the concept is then very different. How you build it, how you express the stuff, right? It's much easier to take a tool like Photoshop, Sketch, whatever it is that you say, or you whatever. So there's three stages. There's a stage of what is it that the system is trying to do. And the other one is how this thing works, and then the other one is how am I going to build that. Yeah. Those three stages, they require like this thing, what is it? A platform. It can give like give me a screenshot. You go 3 steps, or you go 3 steps, or and then once that is defined, it's like how am I going to how do I do this? That's another set of problems, right? And so I find that sometimes we jump into this one, but then we forget because the tool itself is built for this, or the tool is built for this, but it helps us not think about what it is. And so I think that these tools are allowing me to get closer to the first one, which is like what this thing is, with a little bit of how it could be, without having to think about how am I going to implement it. Right? So I don't know if I expressed myself. That's right. So I think that's what I like about Flip. But it's mostly for WebKit browsers, and that's it. So like if you want to do things like native on the iOS platform, then that's another one. Like it works all great, but it's not for that platform. You need to pick another tool that works for that platform. So that's so cool. I mean,
yeah. So like, when if you start in just Photoshop, if you start in just interface. But you have the same app idea in mind. The resulting finished screens are going to be much different. Because in Photoshop, you're trying for like polish and stuff like that. But in Interface Builder, you probably try to use as many of the Apple components, as you could. And I think you have to find a way to get right in between those two. Because if you Photoshop is the wrong way, and just interface builder is the wrong way because the cool apps don't just use the normal apps.
Yes, that's correct. And I have now a almost close to full relationship with Photoshop because it's Hackathon. So right now using Sketch.
Right. Oh, sure. Yeah.
But I have Photoshop just because I have necessity. But if I can avoid not working with it, because it's like it almost sounds like I run Photoshop. What's your layer style? What it's how many blurs you actually had? What effect is it? And I'm like, wait a minute, I still want to know that. I want to know that. And you're like, hold on, just keep it easy. That's what it feels to me at Photoshop. But when I go to tools like that, which I think it might be the case of the like, hey, this is your layout. How is this going to flow? How is this going to move? How are you going to like move people from here to there? That's what it seems like the tool is asking me.
Right.
And that's very interesting because Photoshop.
Right.
So it feels like a pushy little tool that's
like one of the cool examples that I really like is Secret.
Yeah.
I mean, regardless about what it does, but like how it functions and like what's displayed is cool because those aren't like native designs. Like the character design.
And I think that's the other thing that is a challenge. Like where I find like every time I want to do something, it says, well, the library allows you to do that. But then you're like, well, why am I going to do it? Because then it's already been done, and it's probably if I want to do something, that's custom. I want to go there. And I'm like, for that you need to learn this and this and this and this and this and this. And then I'm like, so if there could be some sort of a tool where I don't need to basically get into advanced math or advanced trigonometry to sort of like figure out something, and then it gets maybe it's machine code that is dirty, that's probably good enough, or maybe it's good code, which is probably determined, or at least there's no code but that which I think is what part composer is, then it's the very next step. I think that can watch that.
I mean, I know Facebook is talking about like they want to make it where it's worth stuff and use it in their copy. And then relatively, it looks like that they're working towards that too, where but then I think that there's kind of a downside to that because that looks like if you make an app with that, then it's like super custom, it's their style, using the standard app.
Which is good for them, but not for the rest. That's the other part of that. That's the point. So they are working with that.
Yes.
Interesting because their team came with origami, and then their team came with JS. So those two, they all came.
Oh really?
Yeah. Okay. I'm sure there's two different teams.
Right.
Very big, but this is more an approach for web-based.
Yeah.
That seems to be work with file-based. A lot of okay. I didn't know that. Then I should probably double down my effort to see let's see.
It's possible, but I mean, still, even like Facebook implementing smart costs, it helps them, but it's kind of like, well, I wish they would have found a way to use it in terms of like what application for whatever reason, Facebook stops developing costs. Well, then now you're stuck with their code.
And are you more on the developer side, JavaScript side?
I like to think of myself as an experience because I really care about user experience and I can do
you know how the money game works?
Oh
Wow.
That's always on my side. Always more on the technical side, but never more of an engineer want to be, but not interested in one that is one by degree. More like I tinker with these things and I play around with it, and I always get to these points like, oh, that you need to know to so that's where But you're more familiar with like Objective-C JavaScript? Or?
Yeah. So I've been making websites since high school.
Worst case, you divide, right?
No JavaScript. Sometimes I do websites. I work some frameworks like Angular, Meteor, and then once Apple came out, I started learning Objective-C. So I'm not too good at Objective-C. I feel like I'm actually better in certain
Well, I mean, it makes sense if you have a strong background in JavaScript, which is what you're saying. Yeah. I mean, I wouldn't blame you on Objective-C. Even my friends that are Objective-C people, they're saying like, yeah, this teaches you.
Yeah.
And then they become only Objective-C people. They're like, well, there's this other thing called Angular. I cannot even go. It's only that. So no, I can understand. Well, I mean, it was nice meeting you. I'm going to go back. I think my team is just sort of
yeah.
So I don't know, but I'll probably connect like that. Cool. Sounds good.
Next. Alright, so how do you So let's say you're Yeah, let's do that. It should be like, so you press, you press one of these buttons, and then it'll just like transition over to just like a map. Yes, exactly. So yeah. Oh, so it starts with suggestions first. Yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah. Or does it take you directly to the map first? Yeah. Right, because then after you get in right, you have to continue to press on it. So this is the list. It'll say like restaurant name and distance, and you press on that. Yeah. Oh yeah. I mean, we can start out with just that. Yeah. No, what we could do is we could have it sorted by distance or something like that. That's good. Yeah, so by distance. Okay, for now. So the whole purpose of this is like just like, are we gonna have it's like recurring, or what's your kind of goal for this?
So I've been having meetups where we've been learning tools like origami and Swift. So I'll continue to have those kind of on a weekly basis. And then the next hackathon probably won't be until Apple releases WatchKit. We'll have another one. Okay. Yep.
Is this what you do full time?
Yeah.
Really?
This is what I do full time now, yeah.
Just put together. Are you from Dallas?
Yes.
Nice. What do you do in school?
UT Dallas.
Nice.
Okay, cool.
Anyway, Dallas, my dad lives there.
Cool.
So, were you working for somebody before?
Yeah, so, I mean, this year I worked for Rambus and built an enterprise web app. They sold like Qualcomm and Intel.
You sold that?
Well, no, I worked on the front end. of it. And it was for Rambus. It's like security that they put on their chips. And then I worked on a natural language processing API, and that's called Cortical.io. And so I built the demos for their website, things like that. Yeah.
So one of the first ones, I mean, I know like next, like, you know, some stuff. Wednesday, you know, register address.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Cool.
He's I know him because he's kind of like on our board at Monday, but also where Wednesday business accounts.
Yeah.
Yeah, so here.
Do you do stuff in the city most of the time?
Yeah, I live in the city. Also in the city. But yeah, I'm trying to branch out. Yeah, just get more involved with it. It's exciting.
Yeah.
So much opportunity. Start off like the biggest challenge.
Right.
Discovery is the main challenge you have. That's the business I'm working in right now. 9 to 5 is mobile application discovery.
Okay.
And it's just insane to see how many buttons you know mobile app discovery, how searches of
right
on the
yeah.
And you can really even as an early adopter that you're something
right.
Same opportunity to do a great job at that.
Yeah.
Let's be honest, like money is
right.
Money opportunity, potential is huge.
Yeah.
It's going to change the way like every person. This is more difficult your product. People are kind of like doing it on the online internet, like whatever. Like I don't realize this.
Right. And you know, it's what you know, every year they're gonna come out with a new one. It's gonna get better and better and better. Yeah. Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah. Sounds good.
Yeah, so I just talk about the question. So I just say, what do you have?
What's the way of calculation is?
You have set the default method. Okay, so whenever we touch this, we always go to create choose friend. Choose friend out of it. So we bring it back like a decision. So you just bring it back.
I'm just kind of like drawing up like kind of it's walking. You know what? The user presses.
You just send out a message on the screen.
It's right. Just so
so just like
there, they have a choice. They can accept it. Yes, indeed. They can ignore it, right? So it'd be like they can just play. They don't care. And they accept it, right? And they accept it except then it opens up a whole new decision. Decision is suggested. So it's like the young museum, right? They would just and then the young museum, they would give them, what would give them first? Give them first, there's walking. They're close to the museum. They're like, they're within like. So if you want my 3 museum, you get an alert, you're 9 blocks from the museum. So if you my friend is us, alert, you decide to purchase it, and the museum icon, that's basically your set of information once a year. And then if you go to the museum there, after that is a view of the general level, right? So that's true. That's kind of what this is the question mark.
You're far away.
Well, this is the, yeah, this is, I guess this is the information. You get this information here then, right? So you get the alert, and that's going to tell you all this information. I mean, this is all happening. It's just good.
But yeah, I'm saying far away.
Yeah, exactly. That's what the map is. That's what I map. General info, what's on display that day, the map, the phone number, right? So it's just that's what they yeah. Oh, yeah, it's all at once. So is it? So I guess I'm still confused about how we're going to lay this out. This is the question. So the user, in terms of like the user flow, that we're watching. There's a few different scenarios. Okay, that's cool. Yeah, this is. So do we have to tell it where we're going to the museum, or do we have to just pop up close to both? Yeah, both. I think it's both because it has to be right on the corner. Because the whole idea that the product itself tells you what's in your relative distance, and you decide if you want to interact with that product. That's true, but a lot of people don't know that the museum exists. It's a discovery mechanism for new places, new ideas, new
I mean, it's simply this system. It'll be hard.
exactly. That's true. No, this is I don't know how to make two points. You have to open up the app. Show me what's in it. Right? I was thinking out loud. So it's
It's what they can do the ability to search search function is going to be really Okay, that's yeah. So you get categories.
Hello?
What about the organizer?
Yes.
Shot you.
Good to meet you.
Yeah. It's the one that I watched for
No.
it's only, I mean, go for public architecture. Yeah, that runs so I think how to build a
I created this Photoshop document, so you can actually put screenshots in there, and then you can show off my size.
Oh, okay. So you only need to draw a picture with the Photoshop to draw, and you don't need to do any kind of code, right?
Right. I mean, but I've been wanting to see if anyone would use code, because you could use, Xcode for this. Just use that right display. Oh, I should be done at 5:30.
Is it second one? 5:30.
Yeah. Yeah.
I will.
Okay, cool. Yeah.
Thank you. Prior to engaging that first kind of problems, you would be saying interesting browsing options may have, like, knows how much information to push to at what rate. I think it's like, yeah.
So manage shift is the number 3 where you will do select a region on the screen to do the interaction.
Oh, sweet.
So that might be reversed.
Actually, send me the screenshot like closer up to the
Yeah, actually some of that reverse, man. Command shift, select a region on the screen.
Right. No, I mean, like, so you got this map here, right? This, I don't need any of this. It's like, oh, are we not doing the map anymore? No, what I'm saying is, you need this map, right? But I only want to select this part of it or something like that. Yeah, kind of like a tiny strip of it. Yeah. It was just yeah, right. Yeah, whatever. How's that? Well, no, basically, I get access to a lot of the stuff that I wouldn't get access to otherwise, and I also download. Yeah. So it's like so you want to take that and be
Yeah. Oh, you already built it. No, no. It is fun. No, it's something what do you live? Oh, that's right. Oh, okay, perfect. Yeah, no, they don't. It's great. I think that's so cool. I think this is some stuff. Yeah. Oh, this guy's a very simple notification that icon pops up. Maybe it's a green and a red. Yes or no, or this is great. Holy. Holy. Or you're walking by. Or you're walking by the center, like you partner with that put on, so like and if you think, oh, by the way, there's class at 4:30 after lunch, you could, yeah. So, and my girlfriend works for this film, she makes it perfect for this, so like that we're so captivated and all that. So she has all this stuff. It's like, oh, goodness. Yeah. Yeah. They have one like there's one. And there's a lot of yeah, yeah. I think it's yeah, if I stretch people. However, I think people buy it. And I think this is a broad appeal. This is a simple idea. This app we're building is a simple idea. It's a broad appeal. No. Yeah. Yeah. That person travels by watch. Watch is right there. Yeah. That's the crowd. No. Totally. Do you work on the campus there, or do you work kind of remotely wherever your clients might be at that time? Yep. Started. Yeah, great. Do you remember the screen resolutions?
Yeah, so we don't know the exact ones. So right now we're using
That wasn't. I thought it was. I thought I saw some numbers. I just can't remember.
so well they do the physical size, which is 42 millimeters and 38 millimeters.
Resolution.
private application.
And I was asking, supposedly the same resolution to the website is going to come back for screen.
Right.
Yeah. It's possible, it might be.
That might be. But yeah, I mean, I've seen different people have different numbers.
But which one do I want? If it's the same resolution, I might go for smaller. Just save weight and all that.
But yeah, I mean, if it's got a sharper image and stuff, then
I'm not worried about Apple's image quality. I'd like to think the big one display one.
I saw some pictures with people on their wrist, and the smaller one actually did look nicer than the bigger one, which is funny because I'm a big person, so I would think I'd get the big one. But
you're not used to wearing a watch.
No. Yes.
They're pretty thick.
Right.
It's not a curved screen.
No. Yeah. Oh, you found that post cool. Yeah. That has a lot of good comments.
Is it happening? Slightly negative.
Yeah. Yeah.
Certification. The guess is 280 by 350. It's pretty big.
Yeah.
My son actually worked on the watch display.
Oh, really?
China this summer.
Oh. Okay.
Luckiest in Russia.
Yeah.
I think I can ask him.
You're right. You might know that.
No, it's published.
Right.
Good on it's not particularly pretty. And then selecting one of those is going to go to the map. Oh, it'll jump, I guess, to the map. Where it'll
List, yeah, museum 1, museum 2, museum 3.
Oh, yeah, this is the list.
And then once you click on one,
yeah. Right. Yeah. I mean, it could be, again, it could be as many. I think what would look nice here actually is maybe have like some image of the museum overlaid.
Yeah.
And that comes in. Yeah.
What time are we at for roughly?
5:30.
5:30, so be out by 6, I guess.
Yeah.
So the idea is we're going to present to everybody and kind of talk about our ideas and ideas.
Yeah.
Yeah, no,
Oh, I see.
the idea. Like, we want to work on it and build it as a company now.
Okay. Cool.
Definitely talk, man.
Yeah.
You can steer us in the right direction.
Yeah.
I mean, obviously, we can't do anything until Smith is out.
Yeah,
sure. That will launch it.
Right. Right.
As soon as that comes out,
Yeah. Yep.
it's the dream.
Right.
See it to fruition.
That's right.
I guess I'm so confused on the initial. I guess maybe I'm not confused. Maybe we should fight the initial engagement with the use. Is that you're just walking out and in San Francisco, when you're walking in the city, you're touring, and you guys will learn so it's pretty close to yeah, so your GPS around your current location and then where you're at. That's fine, but it's I guess like I don't have to say, oh, I'm walking one day, I need it's two ways. Like, one, hold what's going on around you, or you can actually tell it what you're interested in. Okay, cool. Gotcha. Yeah, love it. Okay, cool. So that's just constant. You change your mind. Yeah, exactly. Totally. Okay, totally. No, makes sense. Simple. Simple. Just gonna change. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. So we have to understand maybe there's yeah. Yeah, I guess maybe you can break that down so I understand. Right. Yeah, how do you decide? That's true. Got it. Yep. Okay. Okay. Yeah. Have you heard anything about? I guess the applications are going to be you're going to be able to sell the applications, right? So, I mean, I haven't seen anything in terms of like exactly.
Yeah, I mean they're
It's going to be, they're going to be, I mean, they're going to be like the 99 cents, I guess, the typical traditional. People will pay for the apps, right? But it's a companion of your iPhone. So you pay for it on your iPhone, and then it would port over to your Apple Watch. Is that what you're saying earlier?
initially yes, but there should definitely be the capability for down the line, like just a watch app.
Right. That's kind of what I was curious about too. I mean, there's so many things that are yet to be determined, right?
Yeah.
But I was just kind of in the basic premise around the idea and
Right.
So you kind of working model.
Yeah. Right.
No, it is what you say.
Let's how these things play out. I haven't actually. It's my first one.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Your first one, your last one. It's gonna be a pretty fun run.
Well, we've got email addresses and stuff like that, so I definitely sit down and think, get back together. I'm good. Oh, to zoom in now. Oh, yeah. That's good. That's good. Yeah.
This is Stefan and Bill, and as I said earlier in my presentation, you guys might not remember, but the concept of our Apple Watch app was really for people who are traveling or people who are in cities that they might be vacationing in, or they might just be in their own city. And the idea is it's really a discovery mechanism for folks to be walking around in a city and get alerts or pick and choose kind of where they want to be, what they want to see, and give them suggestions. We don't have a name for the product yet. We're trying to play off of like guide me or show me or anything that really is a kind of a walking or destination type application. So with that said, really the basic functionality of it is, for example, we'll show you here. Stefan did all our great work as our iOS developer. Stefan, you want to kind of talk about this since you built it?
So this is kind of what we have as an idea for the static as you're moving around screen. What this will give you is suggested areas for whichever one of these top or types of places you're looking for, and give you like the closest ones available to you. So we've got mock-up museums. So as you're walking around the city, you're potentially interested in see the museum. And so this will give you. It'll also have the distance to that museum and a little thumbnail for it. And you'll click on it. It'll take you to a map where you can get directions to, and then go and see that museum. So once you arrive at the location, you've also mocked that up. So it'll actually have some pictures on the inside or whatever the location is provided for you, as well as description. So maybe the hours of operation, a little bit of information about the particular location, and any sort of deals that that particular place wants to offer to bring you through the door. So here we have kind of a generic coupon. And that's some other.
Yeah, so we just wanted to get some feedback from people. So as a warm-up, how many people would personally use this? Show of hands. And what else do you think this app has to have? We want to keep it simple, but give us some other feedback.
So in the gestures, you should be able to take diagonal gestures. If you have 4 items, we'll tap on one.
Yeah. As a visual element, like you try to diagonally, you can see other options, like maybe.
I know this was tried by Luke and a few other people, so we have not yet everything to get patched.
Who is that again? It was tried by who? Luke?
I think it was called Luke.
Okay. What other feedback? Like anything? It could be bad. It's anything like you guys.
In a situation where, let's say, you happen to be driving by a particular area and then you receive some form of feedback that you have these different items related to a coupon, for instance, but you're not quite ready to actually get there.
Yeah.
There's the possibility where you could even potentially somehow do a simple swipe gesture to save the coupon later to come back to.
Yeah, almost like Start in Google,
right?
Google Mail.
Absolutely.
Right?
And I mean, naturally, in the amount of time we have here, that may or may not be something come up, but I think that'd be a really cool option.
That's awesome. That's great feedback.
And also I know the thing that turned out to be which I think thing that turned out to be valuable, but that was treasure hunts.
Treasure hunts?
People would set up basically 5 or 6, you get to here, now you have
Totally.
social coordinates. That's all.
Totally. No, I love that idea as well. There's so much you can do with it. Yeah.
Were you guys thinking of looking at, like, say, the Foursquare API to allow check-ins?
Yeah, we talked about the social element. I don't know if Stephanie, you want to elaborate on that?
Yeah. Basically any sorts of APIs that would give us. I guess Foursquare is really good because it lets you check in, but also Instagram API gives you a lot more pictures and a lot more locations. So yeah, definitely open to any of those ideas.
The other idea to kind of on your topic there was Facebook's that open platform that we could hopefully integrate with this and allow you to see hey, your friends were like they do on Facebook currently when you check in, like who's checked in here, but it's more in real time. At that instance, you can turn it on if you want, and it can say, hey, Stefan's actually at the museum as well. You happen to be walking by. Would you like to you could see him there and you could go join him there for viewing the museum or having a coffee, whatever it might be. So. Anything else?
Are you getting the coupons from Groupon?
That's something we haven't determined yet. I mean, that's a great question. Like, I think that There's so much potential with this, right? And we don't want it to be spammy. We kind of all agree that we don't want it to be something that's you're constantly getting the haptic message on your watch, on your watch, and it's like a spam thing. So like clearly you'd kind of opt in, or it'd be a learning model, machine learning based upon your interest. So to answer your question, yeah, like that's a possibility. It could be Groupon. It could also be individually that it would pop up, like in Yelp, if you're like looking for a restaurant and it says, if you see the location, it's actually the Yelp map. There could be an option where the coupon would be visible. You could just click it and opt into taking that coupon. If you buy one, get one free. So many other elements to it that are possibilities. Yeah. Anything else?
Thank you, guys.
Cool. Thank you, guys.
Yeah.
Thanks. Nice job. Bye.
Teamwork. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, I think that. Yeah.
Whenever you guys are ready.
All right, so let me introduce ourselves. I'm Lucas, this is Jennifer, and this is RJ, and our project is called Speakeasy. So we're motivated by the fact that, according to many surveys in America, public speaking is the #1 fear everyone faces. And death is just #2, which led one comedian to quote that if someone is at a funeral, they'd rather be the one in the casket than giving the eulogy. So we decided that we were going to solve this problem with an app that we ported from web to mobile. And so the web app, let me just demo the web app first. So the web app is just a simple URL, and you can speak. And how it works is that if you're a user, and you can register your interest in practicing public speaking to a person one-on-one. And then so how it works is that I click this button, and then someone else, if they're interested, they click that button too. And you're paired up with someone who is closest to you, chronologically, when you click this button, and then you can practice speaking together. So the demo is that I'm going to click speak and give feedback, and I'm going to sign in right now with my credentials. And then we can see that I am signed in right now, so I can speak and give feedback. And then how it works is that the next user who signs in through the same screen can have the option of calling me through Skype. So now Jennifer's going to get in the Skype part. Oh, is there a way to show this iPhone on this big screen?
Yeah, we can show it on this camera, and then.
Okay.
Well, we got it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so there you go.
I think it's the other way around.
It's a little, it's like mirrored, but no, yeah. You'll have to just show it there. Yeah. That's as good as we can do.
It's upside down, I think.
It's left, right.
It's left, right, reversed, yeah.
So, however,
Here,
our
actually, let's try here. Do it this way. So. That. That's better.
Maybe do it farther away.
Yeah, it's just not very good. Well, anyway, just talk to it.
okay, just talk.
Yeah.
So as you can see, the screen is very simple. Just one button says I want to speak. Follow that is the sign in your user ID.
Then the bottom it shows now. So you push the button. I want to speak. Then it displays the other person's Skype ID. Suppose you are right now you have this Apple Watch. You can see someone with certain Skype ID can talk to you. Then you can just use your whether you use a phone or use a laptop to launch the Skype call to another person. Practice.
Cool. So, and also we can open up Skype right now, so you can see that the Skype, it opened the Skype application. I can place a call to the person right now, and that's what we have. Cool.
So do you have any feedback? Is this, for example, today you will make a group presentation. Are you interested in using this app to practice to appear? So anyone can use this. It's kind of whether this person is, say, in East Coast or in a different country. So whenever you expect they have a presentation, even just talk about your app, you can first practice to multiple person, one-to-one, then make a group presentation. So we are open for suggestions and feedback. Are you interested in using this app?
That sounds really interesting. Is there anything as far as like usage out of it, other use cases that you think of that could actually apply in the same way for public speaking as well? Or I'm sorry, in addition to public speaking as well, using the application?
So we were actually discussing this like a few minutes ago, that this is kind of in a sense a way of reverse calling. So let's say like all of us have been on hold for annoying lengths of time. So this could allow us potentially so that if we call someone and they're on hold, they could have a more efficient queuing system of who to serve next. So we believe that it can help streamline like businesses that are heavy on tech support, whether it's like Apple, for instance. A lot of users come in with questions about the new Swift kit or whatnot. They're going to have a lot of those questions coming in, or even things like doctor's appointment offices. There's kind of a slew of things this can be applied to.
Cool. Yeah, absolutely. When can you get feedback as a reviewer? At any point during the talk, or just at the end?
Oh, feedback as to like how this person did?
Yeah. Tell me about how the feedback went.
Yeah, definitely. That's something we're going to add later on.
And how many people can review at the same time? Just one?
Just the person who they talk to.
So you want to make it one-to-one. So it's easy. There's no fear to talk. Then you can rate each other. Right now, the rating feature is not there yet.
So why would you on the watch?
So the watch is more like, since the watch doesn't have a keyboard, the watch is more like a second screen that notifies you when someone's available. So like when you don't want to take your phone out, for instance, you can just look down your watch for a quick notification. It's more like a read-only thing.
One thing that I think you did pitch earlier that I thought was interesting was maybe the timing. Sometimes a lot of our presentations are timed. So was that part of your end product, or the timing part?
Yeah, yes. So that's what we
notify, like maybe through buzz or vibrating.
Yeah, yes. For example, suppose we are practicing speech to each other, and you told me you want to practice. Suppose I say my speech is supposed to be 5 to 7 minutes. I can push my iPhone. Then now I'm starting talking. So it will give me 1 tap at 5 minutes, 2 tap at 6 minutes, and 3 taps at 7 minutes.
I think that's a very good feature, because I think a lot of our presentations or public presentations are limited. You want to make sure you do it in time. So I think that would be a very good feature. Because then it's consistently something that you can train yourself on, versus when you go somewhere else, they might have indicators, but you're not used to those indicators. But that would be something that you can train yourself on as a public speaker, to pay attention to that buzz on your wrist. That's a good one.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
All right, who's up next?
Will be nice.
Hi, my name is Aisha and my friends Venkat and Kyle. We wanted to build something very simple and communication-wise, and I'm sure everybody has experienced. We're going out with our friends, and we have to sometimes pull our phone out, which seems a little rude. It could be date, double date. So just to notify our friends, we want to build something very simple with just one simple touch. Send a message and notification to our friends and know how we feel. And to do this, we did our Apple Watch prototype and a little simulator, and there you go.
So we kind of thought of it as a social media app by itself, except that you can program, you can maintain your own friend list, and you can then add what cues you want to send and what that action means. So this right here is the iPhone companion app, because you don't want to do a whole lot of setting up on the iWatch itself. You don't want to be doing all the typing. Plus, you can send message from the iPhone to an iWatch. So essentially, just the receiver needs to have the iWatch to get the notification, the touch notification. So logging myself in, and it presents me with this tap screen where I can say what one tap is, two tap is, three tap is. This is the message that will be sent along with the tap itself. It's a haptic feedback, actually. So the idea is the tap is the primary mode of communication. So imagine you're sitting in a meeting, you decide with your friends. One tap means you're going to be leaving. Two tap means you're going to stay for half an hour. Three tap means, yeah, so you agree upon that. But what if you get two taps and then you're not sure if you really got the two taps, or if it was your friend who sent it, or if it was a different app that did it? So that's why you need this text. So imagine you're just sitting there and you feel the two taps on your wrist. You're like, oh, I'm going to look at the time, and then you pull up the notification. Or if you're sure it's going to be your friend, you don't even have to look at it. So that's what this message right here is, and you can customize what it is. And you begin by adding your friends just like you do in a social media website. You would send them invite, and you can either get to the tap screen from the front, from the friend, or you can do it for a group of friends, and you can also edit and create a list of friends in a particular group. So this can be a multicast at once. So you set up the group ahead of time. You set this friend up, and then you can send the tap from your iPhone, or the normal use case would be you send and receive the tap from your Apple Watch, which is the code that awesome code that Kyle wrote, which is going to demo.
So we built a very simple prototype using Xcode, and I have it running on my phone here just to show what the watch interaction would actually look like itself. And apparently we can't see it.
You gotta like drag it animation to combination.
Oh, there we go. All right, cool. So this is actually the application running on my phone right now, and what we did is we went ahead and grabbed one of the watch images and just put it entirely in the back, and then placed our reviews on top of it. So it looks like we're faking it because we are. So initially, the first view you'll find is going to be that friends list that we originally talked about, and you can actually scroll through to see your different friends. Obviously, these all have just my name. I'm not that full of myself. It was just very easy and very quick. You'll notice on the bottom we have the actual page indicators that allow you to swipe between multiple pages. The second page is going to actually be your individual groups that you set up from your companion app. And then the final page is basically settings. We didn't bother implementing that because we don't really have a reason. We just didn't do it. So from the application itself, if I decide that I want to send my hackathon group an actual tap,
I can tap on it, and a new screen slides up, and I can tap 1, 2, or 3 times. Swiping down can cancel, or actually performing the tap itself will then go ahead and send that notification off. And that's it.
So the app will have a watch face on top of it, so it doesn't look like the app is open. You look at the time, and you can just go like this.
And then one last thing, actually, you'll see if you're on the receiving end, you happen to be sitting, and your watch receives a notification. That's what it looks like. And that's it. Any questions?
This is a way for people to communicate discreetly.
Yes, exactly.
Does it require everyone to have an Apple Watch?
The beauty of it is that we have the companion app yourself. You can actually do the same exact functionality, even a little bit more where you add some text to an individual tap or different types of taps. The goal is that you don't have to only be, in a group with watches. Some people can have the watches, some people can have the actual application itself. So it works on both platforms. Yeah. Anyone else?
You don't
Yes.
do 1, 2, or 3 taps, or can you do like, let's say a rhythmic tap for like 4 or 5 taps?
Yeah, you can potentially add like more cues, and so yeah, I guess for now we just did 2, 3, 4.
We kind of just picked the random number for the 3. At that point, you can define multiple items, maybe potentially different gestures that mean different things. And the beautiful thing about the watch is the haptic feedback allows you to actually feel those and immediately know exactly what is happening as far as a message coming in. We took a page out of Yo's book in a sense where it's contextual to the point where you're not necessarily sending a message to someone saying, hey, I'll be there in 5 minutes, as much as earlier in the time you said, I'll let you know when I'll be arriving, and instead they then receive the haptic tap, whether it be 2, 3, or any amount that they actually have to let them know that you are now on your way.
I mean, you can get creative with it, like you can create your own language of taps, and people can just, Morse code.
Yeah, to add on it, we're just trying to stay on simplicity, right? We don't want to sit there and tap 6, 7 times, but just let people know. So 2, 3 taps, as long as you agree with your friend, I think will be notified enough.
What my 1, 2, or 3 mean? So we just showed yes, no, maybe which will be the default ping, but you can change it right there in the text label. You can, and that will be the ping message that shows up when.
So do you 3 restaurant choices?
Absolutely. I mean, it's sort of the idea that you have 2 options. If you're using the companion app, you can attach text to it and assign that to each one of the different types of taps. Or if you want to just basically not even bother with the text, you can just send the taps out individually without the text.
I mean, this is perfect if you're driving. Like you can decide ahead of time. Okay, 1 tap means we stop now, or two taps means we stop in half an hour. So when you're driving, you get it. You don't have to attend the phone, so it like prevents safety hazards while you're driving. So
that's a lot faster.
A lot faster.
Cool. Thank you guys.
Thank you.
Can you send me a screen recording of what you did?
Yeah, absolutely.
That'd be awesome.
Yeah, cool. Not a problem. Just to go through the different flow of the app song? Yeah, perfect. Absolutely.
Why it's doing that yellow thing.
Okay, we good? Awesome. All right.
No, oh.
Oh, was that your?
Yeah, I got flux.
Oh, okay. That's fine.
That's my computer.
I'm John.
Hi, I'm Rakesh.
Hi, Rakesh. Can we exchange contact information?
Sure.
All right.
Boom! So what we did
Innovation.
What we did here was just exchange our contacts with just a tap, or you can call it a fist pump, whatever. Just touching both the phones or touching both the watches. So that's what we did in action, and that's what our app is about. So let us see a little more. Over to you.
So meet Jeff.
By the way, this also works when you're in a bar and you also want to exchange information with any girl you like or any other person you like, not only in business context.
Jeff goes to conferences and meets people often. He used to carry his business cards everywhere until he discovered TouchBase. So TouchBase is an app that lets Jeff exchange contact information quickly and easily via the Apple iWatch. So there's a.
So there are two ways to launch this app. It could either prompt you with an automatic notification. It will actually sync with your calendar on your phone and sync and asks you, do you want to activate it in case it is not active. It runs in the background on your phone. If yes or no, you can choose here, or you can launch manually before you go. So you'll see an icon there, shake hand icon. Some of you helped us in designing that. So it can be launched manually also. There are two ways of launching this app. And once it is on, the actual action happens outside the app. You just bump or you just touch the phone, touch the watches, or touch a watch with the phone or phone with the watch, with both the apps running on both the devices. And we get this option. Want to share both of us get the same information. I have two profiles here in our sample. It can be more, it can be less. One is business profile and one is personal profile. So this works as a companion app to an iPhone app. In your iPhone app, you configure everything. You configure a profile, what details you want to share in each of the profiles, and how do you want to share, how do you want to save. Once you choose it, done. I think the projector is not helping us. We have better graphics there.
Yeah.
But yeah, so once you just choose your profile and you're done. That's all. And this is how we get it. We can choose personal versus business and just get on with our life. Carry on with what we're doing. So in the background, it takes in the contact information. It also takes the time and date and the location information because it has everything. The phone has everything. It takes all of that, and also it syncs it with the iCloud events happening at the same time. So when you open your contacts on your phone, you know when you met that person, where you met that person. If there is any event there, you know, okay, I met him at a Hackathon on Apple Watch Hackathon, mini Hackathon. I know all of that information just by tap. And it syncs with our calendar contact information also on the phone. So it is visible in your contacts, in the address book of your phone, or it has its own address book where you can see the time and data, all the details when we met that person. So this solves two problems: exchange of contact information, and the context of it, how we say it. Okay.
Yep. So TouchBase and get on with your life. Any questions?
Thank you. And we are not developers, so we could not do any prototype. This is the maximum.
I heard this device is super art. I wonder how do you implement it at the high level? Whenever you catch your watches, so just send an email about your prepackaged personal information or business contact information to the other person. How did you?
So the vision is it communicates to NFC. So the watches have NFC also. So whenever you contact, it sends a packet of whatever is predefined based on the profile you choose. And the app also on the other end is the same app. So it recognizes the package that is accepting and accordingly organizes that into contact information. So since you mentioned you'll be using NFC, so there's a conflicting goal here, right? One is you want it to be convenient and not have to go through the level of saying, yes, I really want to send contact, versus accidentally sending it to somebody you didn't try. So I was wondering if you could talk through that. So yeah, accidentally sending, this NFC is, we need to be really close by, and we brought the decision of sending it or not outside. So before we touch our watches or before we fist pump, fist bump. We have made the decision that yes, we want to exchange information. That's why we don't ask. We just ask what type of information you want to share. So that was the decision that we consciously took. Maybe after some user research, if it is wrong, we can change. But that was the base on which we had taken the decision. Does it answer your question? Yes.
Yeah, so both people have to decide what they want to send. It seems like you're in a personal context. Just one person should be sufficient to say personal here. It seems weird that he do personal, you do business. Double the effort.
So no.
Like a business function, it's always business.
Yeah, but we thought about that too.
So if I meet a girl at a business function, I might want some different information than if I meet, somebody else.
So we thought of having that outside.
But do you think one person would do business and the other would do personal? That's my question.
That depends.
It seems it should be pretty symmetrical.
I mean, and you could only build one profile, so you would be able to do only one.
Yeah,
if like.
So it can be, so two ways of turning it on. It can also run in the background. So in case you turn it off and stop it from the background, it can be launched. Otherwise, it can always run in the background. So just to remind you, in case if it is off, it pops up a notification. And then sometimes if you are going for happy hour, you don't plan, you don't have it as a notification, or you don't have a calendar event for it. In that case, you have to remember it to turn it off. Otherwise, yeah, worry about it.
Cool. Just look at your logo. Is there any chance you could do it triggered by a handshake? Like you text you both.
You have to be pretty close.
We thought about that, but watch. We really don't know if everybody will be wearing on the same hand. Can be on the left hand and we don't shake left hands. Can be right. If both of us are wearing right hand, then it could work. We wanted to make it a foolproof, so it can. We thought of different scenarios, but finally decided that touch can work. And it can be between a phone and a watch as well.
That would be.
So how about if there's a security system in case someone bumps into you, like having it so you can cancel it within 10 seconds?
Yeah, so that good question. Apple Watch always has an option of long press and cancelling at any time. You can long press it, it recognizes that and that just is filtered. Or if not, you could program it that way that if you're long pressing it, you can cancel it.
The current design, you always have to say personal on every bump, right?
Yeah, that's how it's set up right now.
So there's no accidental bump when they get the information. Still have to go to the screen and choose one or both. Yes.
Or maybe you go in and you talk to a bunch of girls, and the girls don't like you, and you exchange the numbers, and then they cancel it after 10 seconds.
He's really thinking this one through.
And maybe the knobs can be used to cancel it. We didn't think of it, but long press was what we thought.
Any other questions?
Would you be able to search the context of the ad by function? So if I want to search all the people I met at a bar on Friday, and then I get a separate filter for all the contexts at a hackathon, would you be able to do that?
Absolutely. So all of that could happen on the phone, not on the watch. And the other way we also thought was organizing the contacts using calendar. You can also have a calendar view where you can know how many people you met on this weekend or whatever. On a calendar also you can show that, and based on events also you could filter. Yeah. But that's a full-blown iPhone app that you have to think about, which we thought, but we didn't put it into place yet.
I guess just one last one, another question, just general positive feedback. I think it was brilliant, the idea about grabbing the information like calendar and location and everything else. That is a phenomenal thing where having that bit of information can help you know so much more about a person forever talking to them again if you haven't talked to them in a while. So that's brilliant. I think it's awesome. So
Yeah.
Good job. Yeah.
Thanks. I actually shot an email to somebody saying that I met them at an event that I didn't meet them at.
Oh,
yeah. So
yeah,
it comes in handy.
I bet all of us have a lot of business cards in our bags or pockets. We don't know where we met that guy, unless one or two we remember. So that's the thing. This idea came from solving a problem.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Cool. Thank you, guys.
One more question.
What if they're engaged along with their contact information?
is from pulling from a profile.
Cool.
Yeah.
Thank
Thank you.
you.
Thank you.
I have a PC.
Did you go to VGA or did you go to
I have this right here.
Okay.
Same concept, but more complex.
And we have to keep this pulled out. It's not. Yeah, we don't want to do that.
There's another one. Yeah. You can try this. Here. Oh, no.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So the other DVI.
That does actually look like it's kind of off there. Okay. Should we have somebody else go up next?
Yeah, is there anybody else left? We can go while they're getting ready. Yep.
Actually, I can go and talk about the watch face.
Okay.
Yeah, it's gonna be good. Okay. Right it there. So yeah, you know, we've got a lot of friends. Sometimes we just want to know how they're doing. So you know what? This is not rendering right. But basically, we want to do a watch that detects biometrics and then shows you how you're doing based on colors. So this is actually purple. You can't see it. But what we want to do is, in addition to show you how you're doing, to show you how your friends are doing as well. So let's say you know Miley Cyrus, okay, and by looking at her color, you know he's not doing so well. So you can just tap her and call her. And this is your dog. You just want to know that it's alive. You want to make sure that it's not hit by a car or something. So maybe you have a device on it. You know that it's doing okay. You don't want to talk to your friends. You just want to know that they're doing fine. You know, LeBron he has the same feelings as you, so maybe you should go out and grab a beer. You know, Justin's just chilling. So you just want to know how they're doing. That's about it.
So one of the cool things about the Apple Watch is that it has biometrics, and that's what's exciting, at least for our group. And so we wanted to tap into that. And what we did was the original idea is I want to know what when I'm stressed out, I have like anxiety issues, and sometimes I don't realize that I'm stressed out. And what would happen is I would get a notification on my watch that, you know, based on my biometrics, I am in a stressful state of mind. So we would get some form of animation. We were thinking perhaps a fluttering butterfly that would notify me that something's going on with my body, and I actually need to, like, you know, calm down and you know, stop and take a breath. So so this is the we have there's 3 different ways that I guess 3 different screens on the watch. We've got the face, which could include a watch.
You can't see the minute and the hour hands very clearly. I don't know,
No, that's fine. It's a watch. And so this would show up on the face when you first pull up the watch. That's the first thing you would see. Another option was that it has the glance, which you would have to physically, you know, maneuver. But we decided that wouldn't be a good scenario for this. What we wanted was a push notification. We wanted this just to be able to have the monitoring dashboard, and then we would have a notification if the biometrics of your body, based on the criteria that we've established, and you would get a notification like a butterfly or something, and based on that you would touch it, and then you would actually get options for what you would want to do with that information. You've been notified, so it detects your biometrics, but then you also have the second part is the biofeedback. So basically, you have the option to like basically, like one would be, you know, breathing, you know, remind you to breathe. So you would click a button and it would give you, it would prompt you to breathe for like 10 seconds, take 5 deep breaths, something on that level. Another one would be that it would still pay attention to your metrics, and then you could see maybe a color change from like red to blue or something like that. So it would be this biofeedback scenario on the spot while you're in and it would be a scenario where you're stressed out and you don't realize that you're stressed out. So it would be for people who have like general anxiety issues or something like that. We have a matrix that we created, and I sent it via email. So we spent time actually trying to figure out what the back end would look like for the biometrics. And what we had was, so it has different, it has heart rate, it can detect your heart rate, it can detect the gyro, I'm not sure exactly, the gyrometer, I don't know what the word is. I think she has it up now. Oh, it was a blank screen. No, you didn't get it. That one. I know that's okay. So it has a heart rate. It measures your heart rate. It measures your gyro. So I think it measures that you have moved location, and then it also tracks the rate at which you make that. So if you move like this. So what we did was, we created different scenarios. So we've got the heart rate, and we're trying to figure out how the app would know which state you're in. So we thought that if you had high heart rate, if you had a high heart rate but a low movement scenario, you would, and we also took into consideration that it has a mic. So now we're paying attention to the tempo, the volume, and the pitch of your voice. So that's a variable, and it would be more of to ascertain the information from above, because it becomes very variable. You can have different scenarios where you could actually be calm. You could be singing, right? And you can have these types of scenarios. That's not necessarily a stressful scenario. But so anyway, so we took into consideration the heart rate, the gyro, the accelerator, the voice input, and also the time. So if you're experiencing this within a very short period of time, if your heart rate goes up really quickly within a very short period of time, we would label that as a stressful moment, and then we would have the notification show up. and then we would just recognize that these other scenarios, we wouldn't have a notification show up. So we thought the back end, we're thinking about the code, how we would make that happen. Anybody else want to add anything?
It's accelerometer, accelerated.
Oh, sorry.
Just FYI.
I spelled it incorrectly, or I didn't know what the word was.
And so you've seen in the first screen the picture of the face of the watch. And so as we detect stress, the color of that watch could change possibly. Where it would be a very simple interface to see what this state is of yourself and of your friends, as you saw in that first screen. So a very simple way to get status on you and your friends.
So using the biometrics of the watch, that's what we were interested in.
I have a question. So, my friend needs to share their status with me so I can see how they feel.
Yeah. So preferably their close friends, like maybe your parents or kids or someone, like if it's a family, that you know that they're more likely to share it with you. And yeah, it would be a two-way thing.
Are you tracking that? Do you have a place where you can see over a period of time?
No, it's just at the moment. If that's possible, because that's one situation.
That's a good idea.
Yeah.
I'm taking the steps too high and saying.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it'd be interesting. That's good. Yeah, that's good feedback because basically you want to be able to track how often you're stressed out, right, over time, because it's stress over a lifetime that causes a disease, right? So yeah, that would make sense that we would want to track that and provide that as a service, as a paid service, as an add-on.
What is ideal state status?
There's no ideal. It's just showing you what your state is. If you're stressed out, or if you're just all body functions are normal, as much as we can measure.
Yeah, what is normal?
That would be interesting. Yeah, well, I guess we could create a normal one. That would make sense.
I didn't base my diagram on this. We were working separately, but I guess we can do that.
Yeah, have a normal one. That would make sense.
I really like the idea of using the iWatch's feedback to give insights emotional state. I was just wondering, since the iWatch might add support for reading the sweat levels, could you read extra emotions, say arousal or other states like that, or say if you're working out and you don't know you're dehydrated, could you detect sweat levels?
Yeah, this was a very simple idea that we wanted to start off with, just to explore how we could do something like this. But from what I understand is that we're not sure that the Apple Watch would actually have those.
Yeah, but it might come the next year maybe.
Yeah.
So if it doesn't
So we're
come
just
fast.
playing around with a very simple biometric.
Like perhaps the sensor will be able to detect that, but then what will WatchKit provide immediately in the immediate term? We don't know. So it's an interesting idea.
Yeah, that would be interesting for the arousal one, if you have a partner, right? You would want to know if you're aroused or not.
Cool. Thank you guys very much.
Thank you.
All right, so thank you guys for an awesome event. The first thing that I want to do is everybody has 2 votes, okay? You can raise your hand twice. And I'm going to go through the teams, and I'm going to count the number of votes, and that way we'll determine who the audience favorite is. So, all right. So the first team we had did the coupons that would pop up. So did anybody like that? 2, 3, Yeah. Well, you can vote for yourself. Yeah, that's why you got 2 votes. Okay. 1, 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay. All right. Second team, speaking practice through Skype. Launch it. Okay. And tap messaging. So sending a number of taps, and that indicates something. Okay. And touch base. So touch watches to exchange contact info. All right. So, and the last one, how are you doing? Know what your stress level is and see what your friends' stress levels are. Wait. We need to re-vote, because I think some people voted more than twice. Did you? No? No? Okay. All right. Okay, then put it up again. Let me count. So for this one, for how are you doing? Raise your hand if you vote for how are you doing. Yeah. Okay. All right, so the final tally, it looks like we have a tie for coupons and for touch base. So congratulations, guys. So one more thing I wanted to show. So you guys also happy.watch, and I also maintain a. Why isn't that working? Yes. Okay. So I have a Flipboard magazine. So I love Flipboard and I use it every day. So anytime I find good Apple Watch stuff, then I pop it in there. And if you would like to do that, you can just search for Apple Watch and you can see it's by Happy.Watch. So thanks again. Once again, my name was Ben Morrow. Well, I'll have some notes and kind of a recap blog post on the website. And that's it. Thank you all guys for coming. And if you have any feedback, just come up and tell me what you think. Thank you. And we should have, we have 2 design learning meetups coming up this week, and then after that I'll have a Swift code learning meetup. All right, Swift. Yeah.
What's the focus of the design?
So it's on Pronto is being used in one, so that'll be like simulation prototypes.
Oh, cool.
Yeah. And then the other one is kind of.
You're not going to watch specific tools.
Right.
Design.
Right. Yeah.
How many of those do you know?
I've had several now. Probably 5 of those.
And which tool are you using?
I've been using Portsmouth.
No, next time.
Yeah. Next time is Flinto, and then one's going to be like paper prototype. Yeah.
And is there any way where people can contribute?
Yeah.
Information about what's happening with their watch?
Yeah. I mean, what
send it to you?
Yeah. But I mean, if you have a different idea of how you'd like that to work, just let me know, and I'll try to make it happen. Hey.
Nice.
The first time?
Yeah.
First time ever done. So, did you have any meetups before?
Yes, we've had learning classes, learning Swift.
Oh yeah. I RSVP'd once, but I didn't have. Thank you.
Yep, definitely.
We'll be in touch. I'll email you.
Sounds good.
Yeah, we already touched base.